Follow, emoji free button, emoji globe showing Europe Africa, emoji gorilla. Emoji free button, emoji globe showing Europe Africa. Emoji free button, emoji globe showing Americas, emoji gorilla.
Face-off team deathmatch. Pacify the AO, kill team. Not much time left. Put this to bed. They never stood a chance. Proceed to extract cruiser.
You do understand that, right?
Yo, I'm here.
He's screaming.
Big Egg, how you living? Oh my God.
Now we got Mount Pond for it. Right here, bro.
Hello.
We said
Hello,
do it
Shay.
good.
How you doing? First time meeting. IRL.
Hold on. We got to get to this right here.
He's trying to pack out Trapco right now. Yeah, we need a judge. We need someone to litigate this situation.
No, hold on. Watch this.
I'm glad I'm here at ground zero, man. This where all the indictments.
Watch this. So let me give it to you, right?
Police service, man. I'm going under that suit. This the fan Avengers. They got me. They got Adam. They got Black.
Mount Podmore.
Shout out to the new recruit, Remo.
No, he undercover.
So listen.
Where's undercover?
Hold on. Let's get back to
They
it,
said the
right?
undercover had a stutter.
Oh, the undercover had a stutter?
Actually, no. Won't you read it?
Look, I just feel like I'll read it. I'll read it. I'll read it. Can I say something before I read it? It's very important.
I want you to read it.
I'll read it.
See how
I'll
smart
read
you
it,
are.
and then I'll give what I thought of it, and then I'm going to read what Adam said about it.
I want a dramatic read.
You spun it crazy.
I want you to read it dramatically.
Hey, third, come up here. I'm going to expose something.
Given
That
up
I never exposed.
I'm so glad you're my wife. Oh, your house. Everything don't like you, they go down the ball of flames.
Man, I'm going to leave it
That's
alone.
my friend. I'm telling you.
Go ahead, read it. Read it. I don't want him to do this weird shit. Go ahead.
Henley recounted to victim one. This is on a wiretap, so bear in mind, this is very important. This is Big U bragging about doing this on a wiretap to somebody.
On pause.
Not knowing that he's being listened to.
Read it.
Henley recounted to victim one an incident in which Henley and Robert 60's gang members chased down Rack 100, attempting to hurt him. Quote, There's 15 to 20 dudes with us, with hoodies tied down. I got my hoodie on, all black, tied down. She like, boom, she jumped in the car, reacted, and then took off. Boom, this dude's screaming. Roars. I see you, Eugene. I see you. Eugene Henley, I see you. He's screaming all of that. He's got his blower. His blower's out. Allegations. But he's messed up. But he's messed up. Because nobody's around. We like, bitch ass dude. I'm like, yeah, bitch ass dude. He's like, something. He's like, redacted, die here, man. Don't do this. My wife and my kids in that car. Draws, don't do this. He's screaming.
Now, you tell.
He was about to turn you.
I want to see how smart you are. I've been violating him for 2 years. Violating, calling rat, snitches. He came up there 20 deep to get me, right? And he's telling me some work. What stopped him from?
So, listen, I'm about to give you this. Let me get to it. My interpretation of this, me personally, and bear in mind, my interpretation wasn't put out there. Adam hopped on the live and said, no, this is so crucial. I'm going to get to mine. Adam hopped on there and said, Wack was making his life. I didn't say that. You got source now. Well, Wack now. Adam got source now.
Tell me what you did on that.
This is what I'm trying to get to. Why I get to it is because you might not want to admit this. You had your blower.
Trap Lord is ultimate snitch. You might not want to admit this. You had your blower. What? No way.
That's when you really do it, right? What do you think my mentality was? For a dude not to approach me and you come to get me, and I jump out my car, talking. What kind of conversation you think I'm having to make a dude say don't nobody move?
I agree with you.
Now, now I'm about to expose something nobody ever knew. So here it goes, right? I'm here. All of this is a parking lot, right? I'm here. They walk down. They walk right past my car. They didn't see me. I see them get here. I jump out. Y'all looking for me? Right? Shit. They stopped. They back was to me. Y'all, I had everything I had. I could have dealt with everything in front of me. But what they didn't know is I'm talking to my team. Big Unim is here. Now watch this. Look, watch this. Big Unim is here. I'm here out the car. Third, who was here, and here? Hold on. Third, who in that parking lot when I'm
Like a courtroom.
was 20 to 30 feet.
I know Wack don't want us going live with his interrogation. That's
All
crazy.
my homies was behind them. Listen.
That's new information.
So listen, check this out. So when I'm letting you know, there's no need to say nothing. Tell that fool. My hope, they still don't know to this day that all my homies was positioned 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock. They didn't even see them. I'm talking to my homies in code, letting them know which way I'm going to push them. I said, nigga, ain't number 20 of y'all. I'm going to down 3 of y'all. I just told him I'm going to get off in 3s. Right? At that point, he knows that he's getting off in 3s when he go to 2s and running out of it. These dudes right now, to this day, had no idea that they was ambushed. So why the You see, he said I was by myself, right? I was by myself. All you got to do is pay attention to the 3 people who got off the stage with Kanye. Now let's do the math. The 3 dudes in red, does he look familiar? So what did they disappear to? When we want Kanye to feed, because that's where his car was at? Right, let's clear that up. Kanye said, Wack, my car's on feed. I said, well, we got to walk around. We got to walk. We just can't go like this. We got to go through the crowd. He said, well, I don't care. So we walked Kanye through the crowd. He fed. Went down the escalator, got in the car. I pulled out first. I always pull out first. My people is here, here, and here. As you seen, he said what? He was by himself. And Ozo don't know to this day that he was already ambushed. So once I'm going, you know what they gonna do? You know what happens when you start to run from that? And you start getting that going at you another way, what happens? So now the world knows did the four dudes go that got off the stage with him and Ye? Where did they go? They were in the parking lot. But you tried to play.
If you was a threat, then why didn't anything happen?
What do you mean?
You said you did the ambush him.
You gotta ask the 20 people. They came to get me, right? Listen, I'm gonna be real. They marked themselves out. If they 25 moves, going to get one person, and they jumped out like that, you're gonna have to use that. I told Big U. That's what I told him.
You gave him a pass?
No, I told Big U, yo, move. I said, yo, move. You going first. Let's get to it. He said,
This is well put together.
Cuz it killed me. It's exact words. I'm telling my team in Cole, talking to them, I said, you ain't holding the cards. They listen to me, tell them to do what? Hold. Because I see them moving in. I don't want you that close, because I'm going to make them scatter. I got some shit that's going to make freedom ring. That's a fact. Think about it. What make 20 gang members stop in their track? A 38? Does that do it? Nah. Gotta have some shit, right? Let's just be real. Let's just be real.
This just says blow.
Bro, Act. Why did they even invite Act? Why? He gonna be childish every time.
They have some shit. It takes something. Listen, it's a fat, ugly broad walk through here. We wouldn't trip. We'd keep talking. If a bad bitch walk through here, we gonna stop and look, right? So it gotta be a showstopper, right? So now, I just exposed to you that the bozo said what? He was by himself. I never was by myself.
But there's him on a wiretap bragging to somebody else, possibly.
Right? But you said it like it was real.
On this originally, I said Megan. I never said Megan.
You said it like it was real.
I was just reading what you said.
That's the part he's mad about, the beggar. I never said
No, what
that.
I'm saying, though, the part I'm mad about is you act like we cool. You just send it to me and say, Whack, what's up with this? You get the bitch ass shit you do, but they just can't catch you. So I'm here to let you know as a man, you's a bitch ass nigga for that.
He said they can't catch you.
All that was doing was showing me
that because
a page
we
from
got a
the
relationship,
biggest
right?
news of the day.
Adam got to defend his friend Trap.
Just so happens to be named it.
This is not
If
public.
I get something on you,
Oh, it's the three big black podcasters in the three-way. That's Vlad, Trap Lord, Adam, and then it's Wack, Act, and Remo.
Yeah, this is what you want to say together. And I'm going to be real. What did I send you before that? I sent you in there too. No joke. First thing I sent you was no joke.
You read it through it. You sent me
another thing.
a couple of different things that
it's 107 pages. Bozo.
And he said you chose
You were on the phone live busy, so I knew you were on the phone. You were live. I was watching live. I said, they have
Damn, blew me out the train is crazy. Hold on, my bad. That caught me out guard. Bro, flew. Bro said not here, he just up. This is why they've never met in person? He definitely not lying. He all in the club here. But he's trying to figure out why do people mess with Adam. Adam don't even know why people mess with him. That's why he said he's doing the same thing. He's like, he don't even know why people mess with him, and you just gave him a pass. Wack gave him a pass because he gave him an intro to his Jewish connection. I'm pretty sure that's where it comes. They don't speak on it, but I'm pretty sure that's where it comes. So it's information ready and accessible to a few, not to everybody on podcast. So the original people dropping it out with facts, but the people are speculating on different tracks and statements from these videos. You know Adam gonna get to the yeah. So you saying Adam over here reiterating for the white guys is crazy. My boy a translator for the hood. Put on feds is crazy. The federal. Yeah, that's kind of true. I be looking in the comments like, I could have told you that. Them comment sections go crazy. You gotta be in the YouTube shit for real. Gotta read the comments. Everything be in the comment section. Everything. Some incredible dices. That's cold. I realize they've been talking in code like the majority of the time when they talk to each other. The only time they come out of code is to release facts reported by the public library. What? He said someone they may be looking into their damn self and then said something else. That's crazy. Facts. I'm glad he cleared that up. Only if you're doing the investigation, Wag.
And I hesitate to even open this can of worms, but we have reason to be skeptical about your statements about Big U because you obviously co-signed Loose Cannon telling the story about how Big U basically got Nipsey killed or whatever.
We never said he got
What?
Okay,
I speculated that, and he said it here first.
Nipsey was going to get killed.
13 hours
And
ago.
that didn't really pan out, although a lot of people are now looking at those statements
And
as if
still
they would have a lot more
verifying
validity than
too.
they would stop.
Right.
Because
I've been said I thought that.
That's my little brother. He was the face of the neighborhood. All I did was support and stand behind him. But on page 83, he says, what? I'm the biggest road in 60 come out. I'm even bigger than Nipsey Hussle. That's what he said, right? Did you read that? Did he read? No. Did he read that?
I see that.
Huh? You seen that, right? But this is the dude. This is why I told you, hey, yo, bro. Every time I see dude talking about, that's my little brother, that's this, and I know what you said in my house and said, and let me hear, and the things you told me, and the things you wanted me to do that I refused to do.
Oh, wait, I get it.
Right? I sent you him telling me
They had to find a reason to cross him out. The gang, him being a gang member got him crossed. That's all it was. It wasn't going to allow it to be funded that way because the image was going to be, it's going to trick people into thinking they got gang ties, they shit. Which if we just stay in the gangs and we just stay in their whole mini militia.
How is this guy with the grid pro and I'm saying, he said the same damn thing. You got a crystal ball or something. I'm just glad to be your friend, okay?
I got a crystal ball at home in form of R&B. Jesus.
I'm dead.
Dual crystal balls, gotcha. Yeah, but I mean, in general, if you see an older gangster with a charitable organization, what percentage of the time is it a scam so they could still be doing bullshit?
I ran with him for 17 years.
Not really, right?
Yeah, 17.
Mm-hmm.
That's you. You came home in 04. Be his son had the death. Bailed him out. Paid for his attorney. Reggie probably told you about that. If not, he'll tell you because he was around for it, right? Paid for his attorney. It's gonna be QX56.
I can't say it, that man gotta say it for himself.
You wouldn't know him already, right? 17 years we ran. Right? 17 years. You tell people, to my front door. That's why I told Brick, hey Brick, I've never seen you in my life. I've never seen you at Crenshaw High. I've never seen you at the funerals. You know, I helped you bury him. I've never seen you at his crib, at the office. I've never seen you. You didn't come out to all the video shoots, all these radio dances. How the West was won. Me and my boy AD created that. Crush Group, we created that. I had contract with Big Master the Live Nation. Cut Big U in so broke to eat. We were showing him how to hustle in the industry. Or he left, he wasn't in the industry. It was Key to Rock from 6-0. It was X-Mac from 6-0, the industry guys. Right? There was no Big U. So when he came home, we embraced him.
And brought him in.
Plugged him everywhere. This is why when I said the
Wait.
all the industry went from him. It's a fact.
It's definitely some fire.
2021.
I don't know if he be paying attention, but he not capping because the other side of it was everything was nip. But they got that all the way cleared out with him. So what else was there? It was whatever they had. Cause nobody knew that until just now. Public knowledge, you never recorded.
He had no contracts. Only artist that got a deal, me and Gang got him the deal. He screwed it up. Right? You got a dude that's struggling, trying to keep his home from getting taken and all this other crazy stuff. That was all for DJ Slate. That's me. We put him with T.I. It was S-Mac plug. All my artists on my side. We needed Scooty bikes for the kids get away from supply. Yo, could you get Gang on football league? Who got that done? Right? Yo, could we help with the Nick on tour? Who got that done? Let's talk about it. Like, bro, he has no real sense in the industry. Zero.
And you've always kind of been resentful of the fact that people treat you.
Before we did, I ain't got home. I ain't
But I seen all of the stuff. That's why I was like, what he was saying was facts. It's public knowledge. That's the only difference. It was revealed. It says, how many people is going to read a book? How many people waking up doing anything with words? Whether they put them down or picking them up. Like, that's why people not understanding. If he's saying it, it's kind of not ratting if it's public knowledge. But how many people actually know what public knowledge is and public records is and how to find them, actually? If it wasn't for my mama saying she paid to have the services, I wouldn't even know. But you can pay for that. It don't even cost that much. She could be able to go look up anybody's name and information and they'll return anything that's going on, active or inactive, sealed or unsealed, if it's not to the redacted. I want to know another nigga business. It'd be crazy how much information I got and it came from people that are close to that party. Insanity.
Let me ask you, I got a question for Adam. Because, like, even reading the whole thing in this is what they call the Big U Enterprise. And even when Brick Baby comes up here to work, even certain conversations being allowed on this platform, you ever pull you to the side like, again, not saying that it would be the cause, but it's exacerbating, right? It's so adding context. Like, all where the time. Y'all are coming in here and y'all are literally, I mean, there's a part where they're like, hey, we knew this, but then on the No Jumper podcast, they corroborated it. And I'm like...
No, definitely. And just because I have it pulled up, I really want to just play this one clip that has been going kind of viral. That's, like, generally considered to be, like, the most federal clip that anybody on the podcast has ever had. This is Loose Cannon.
Basically, it's like, because he'd be like, he'll talking about big things like, we'll go and do something. And the same niggas we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we...
Boy, they got this clip running on repeat. I done heard this like 7 times this week.
And we be like, how the f*** they get that? Oh, well, we're going to just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that. But because it's actually putting us in paperwork, right? And like doing like real police shit. I seen a nigga get like 20 guns. And when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like, he was doing like shit like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like, I'm waking up, man. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm his right-hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm gonna get it. You get what I'm saying? And then, like...
People are pretty astonished because almost that exact thing is listed in...
Now let me go back to what you asked me.
Yeah.
This is why when Loose Cannon was calling me about what 600 was doing, I'm looking at the phone like, you can't be serious. 600 then made a video with him saying what he was saying 2 seconds later and put that. So you're calling me about what 600 is saying. Brody, have you forgot the things you said?
So basically, though, they both was admitting that they were saying police shit.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, am I tripping or are they both saying Fed stuff? That's all I kept hearing. But I thought they were trying to deny certain stuff. Because it was almost as if they was giving up the fact that they self-incriminated, but it don't matter. They're working the case. I don't know. Oh, he got to say it before anybody else, or it can't be spoken on. That makes sense. It's almost like unsealing a document. Who's the black tape and the red tape cutter? Him. He cutting straight through the bread and butter because they gave him the go ahead to speak on it. Yeah, now that was crazy. Nah, that shit's crazy. Yeah. That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. I felt like that's what pinpointed out. I'm like, why would you say if he get the dirt, it's going to be known by you? What? Oh, let's go get that guy. Like, what? Talk about ruining the episode of Power.
Same things with Brick is that none of his charges are actually related to Big U as of yet.
At that point, I thought it was fake because he started saying stuff that I thought was impossible. I think at that point, he probably realized, oh, snap, they own me. And he was just realizing it. I was too late to realize. Exactly what they're saying. Because he just clarified it as that's who he's doing these things with. And they didn't even know that. Oh, it's you. I'm thinking, bro, whole time working with the Aids. No wonder he was loose cannon. Bro is legit off the handle. I'm bump with that bump for bro ass and you know what I'm talking about. Facts. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was even known until he gave enough info. Let's see. Right? They're looking at who connected to who and why would they be that close to each other. And then went straight to that target. And they always around one dude. Lined up. Crazy. Because I'm like, the Big U Enterprise is crazy. I know that ain't true. I think they overdoing it. And there's gonna be a bunch of people locked up about guilty by association, but the mafia emotions and that's just crazy allegations. I just feel like they overdoing it while they trying to tie that terroristic ideal threat to it to make sure they get niggas death. That's why you can't. I wouldn't wish jail on no man or no one. That's crazy. The time they just gonna give them for some of this is gonna be insane. Come on, that's what I kept thinking. Would he be able to be off? The work he putting in, you have to be working the entire time. That's why people are like, nah, you don't understand. Bro was always working. He was in some stuff. That's why he probably was so high all the time. Probably trying to commit to suicide, but he couldn't get up out of there. Hey, hilarious. Bro, his time is crazy. Came right back around and yammed him up for something else, quick as life. That's what I'm trying to figure out. How is that even connected? How is that connected to Brick Baby? I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to figure out how he was connected to Pee Wee Longway, but I figured that after he said he helped found MPA, I'm like, oh, that's why they got Rich Homie out the way, Pee Wee out the way in the midst of this. Because that's an MPA band camp, and then Thugs probably got caught up in that same way because it's MPA. Brick been working that whole squad. Brick works all them rappers at once. This nigga worked Hollywood. And all they kept doing was catching him up on some other stuff and making him snitch. That's all. What they doing over there?
That is crazy. We in 2025. Yeah. We still got the same information now. But 2 weeks later, when they go to serve the indictments, everybody that's in the paperwork early April, late April, they pick everybody up with Big U's name not. Wait, I took down a whole other file.
How do you know what's in the sealed indictment for the
No, we matched. We got the two served. Well, we got that work. Okay. That's not sealed.
Yeah.
He told me we got that work.
Case number. Okay. Brick Baby sealed to their indictment.
Okay, it's just a sealed document.
It says New Jersey drugs.
Damn.
That's
I just want to say this as someone who, I think, out of this group, I think I was the only.
That's why they all got together, because the information Wack released, he probably promised that he wouldn't do no exclusive pop-up here to start no beef on the internet. He put all in the same room, and we all talk about it and make it one big old podcast. He know he's going to eat the most, though, because he probably negotiated something behind the scenes to make sure when it's done that he gets the better side of the plate. I guarantee you he did not leave that window open to try to eat the most off of this release. Ain't no way he just is like, oh, I'm going to come on, put all this on this podcast and say all of this real factual information and exposed to, I don't think he would have just did it if he didn't get to eat bigger slice.
Every time you do something for him or open the door for him, he gets more.
But it's 3 black podcasts and 2 of the big ones.
He's saying, I'm Big U from the 60s. I'm supposed to be able to do that.
Bro, they got this federal Avengers comment pinned, and that's hilarious. Oh, man. Okay. Greedy guy. I know a guy. Super greedy. Don't want to take care of people, nobody else, out of anger, jealousy, hate, malice.
The majority of what came from this indictment came from that murder investigation when they got.
There was people under the dough for $1 years. They didn't give it all to a dough. A Jane dough. 304. 30.
Even though they even have him saying, yo, I think they're listening to me. Please just stay to the same phone and keep talking about crimes. Allegedly. Did you ever know about that?
You treated that to the back. You always say that Big U is you say that many times. So when you say that, is that the explanation for it? Is
No,
that
he's
just not really
not smart.
Not with it enough.
But he's somebody that people will reach out to because he built his name. The team around him built his name. So he's not smart. If people will come to him with something, he'll have 8 people on the phone, be like, yeah, my guy here, but then you take, yo, you figure this out. He's just not smart.
Man, he talk. Ooh, I know somebody right there, boy.
A year ago, 2024, when the family called.
That audio was from that long ago?
No, that audio was from March 3rd.
So the family called you another time.
The family called me way back in 2024.
And what was the initial?
Not only did they call me, come to find out, they reached out to Lewis County and 600 Independent when we started talking. They contacted me too.
They should have reached out to Big Homie CC.
SKG, same way. And they reached out to her too. So I heard what they were telling me, but I'm like, alright. I'm 3 months in, I don't have a conversation with one of my homies. And I said, yo, I got this call. And he's like, yo, Wack, that's, because some things happened with him behind that, right? So I'm like, okay, food for thought. And then March 3rd, I got woken up to a text. They found his DNA. Whose DNA? Whose DNA? Big U. What DNA? What question mark? Vegas? This is my call. When I called, she was there with her mother. She's telling me the mother get on the phone and start filling in the blanks and tells me don't say anything. They're going to get him at the end of March, top of April.
Right now, that's crazy.
They gave somebody money.
You know what made sense why they were doing it in the March top of April, because they were getting as
Money don't got a face.
every time
Just a
he
string.
accepted the
They
federal
ties back to
$1,000.
somebody.
And by the way, I told y'all, dude, anybody 58 years old is shorting a dude for a
Fuck
stack
500.
pockets.
Crazy.
It's a fact.
I mean, here's 7,500.
That's crazy. Extorting over that chunk.
He was a gripper. We got 2.5 million, and they said he was just taking money out. It's still broke. They showed properties that was.
Did you see what made for him? Do you think he had turned it up or he turned it up in? If he would have known it's not whack at 600. He had no idea what his paperwork read. How we got his paperwork read? He talking about turning stuff in. He don't know what's in his paperwork.
Yeah, but I think that was a smoke signal for the streets that you guys essentially had to take it down.
Niggas win.
Well, no, that's him.
He didn't know we had the paperwork.
No. When I watched that Big U message, I was just like, y'all been holding me around whack in LA for the next couple months. Because if a decorated street guy is going down, and his last video is like, just to let you know, when I was getting arrested, this guy was with the cops.
Stop. Didn't I tell you the dummy? Rewind.
He don't understand how they hit him. That's why he in jail now. I get what he's saying.
Dummy, you was never there when they raided.
Dumb.
How the hell they asking you guys about whack and you're not home when they raided?
Facts. You was a fugitive until you turned yourself in. Oh, he's definitely smart. And they did say, why go to your family by themselves? Yeah, they
It's
said that.
obvious 600's in the street, building a house.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about telling the truth. It's about
Oh, he was just trying to get everybody to paint the picture.
They
also accused you guys of basically putting a case on him, which is insane to think that the feds would just...
He literally was just scared like Loose was when he wanted to fight everybody because he was caught up on the fact that he just got himself arrested.
So what happened to the investigation? What happened to Bay, who said, I drove Big U from LA, got a call, the kid gets me to do the song. I drove Big U from here to a studio to Airbnb over, he killed him and threw him in the ditch over here.
Are we ever going to hear that song? I don't know. A Big U diss song.
It was never made.
It's a weird concept, right?
Quite make sense.
I don't know how to make the song.
They're saying that the kid apparently recorded a song that was dissing Big U, but then he was signed to Big U and was there.
Yeah.
For
That's
free
what I'm
to record a
saying.
professional studio.
He was kind of
What is
mad
the-
at Big U, so he made a diss song about him, and then Big U heard it, so he drives to Vegas, gets in an argument with him, and ends up killing him.
He brought with Big U to Vegas?
No.
They got the argument at the
In
argument
Vegas.
/ altercation at the studio. That's why they deleted the footage.
Yeah.
They then go somewhere else, and by the way, they did pretty good forensic work on that because where they found him,
Crazy
they
work.
tracked the time that you would normally take. It was after midnight, so
It's so strategic on how they catching him. It's like the feds can walk with you anywhere,
it was pretty
no matter where you've been at, because of our attachment to technology.
Say, hey, he wasn't killed.
Crazy
here.
work.
The first cops that pulled up, they said, oh, he was killed on the side of the road. And they're like, no. Look at the gravel, the dirt. He was pulled over here, and essentially he died somewhere else, and they matched it to Big U's GPS, which is kind of crazy.
It's like,
The only one in the location of that incident. Idiot. It pinged a tower because he did it with a phone on him because he couldn't get there without a phone. He couldn't get away without, you know what I mean? Ooh, that's how it always ends up an easy catch.
This is where the dummy went wrong at. He went and did everything he did. Instead of keeping the phone off and not turning on to the next day, soon as he got done with the body, he went back to the producer's studio and turned it on. That's how they was able to triangulate.
Yeah, and
Idiot.
He should have left it
Off, and they would have had no way to triangulate the time and the time and the dust. Oh, damn. Okay, I get
always
it.
been a dummy.
Yo, telling somebody at the reporter studio, I just came from the gym and like.
Well, wow. Imagine doing something like that and thinking it's smart, though, right? People were in fear the whole time, and you left, yo.
What did he say? The dude said, yeah, man, this would end it. This would kill me.
Turn it on. He should have had a separate phone.
It's diabolical, and I'm honored.
He just got a brand
And
new
a
one.
dude 58 years old who's looking at life in the feds.
Right, 58. You doing life?
Mind is
What?
on Black 100 and the 100 side of Clubhouse. He gave it up. He said, you 100
Big shout out.
This big shout out, and he said, he edited it.
Yeah, the Clubhouse been jumping every day since that catch. He's lost. He don't know who to blame it on. He can't believe he's going to jail for anything. He's so behind. I didn't do nothing wrong, so I'm turning myself in. Boy, what? The allegations are strategically outrageous. And I almost can't believe none of this because how has it all happened simultaneously to what's been happening and what's been going on? It's the most unbelievable police work I've ever seen in my life. Like, this is better than TV. Real life is like so much better than TV. I don't care what nobody says. I wouldn't watch a television show to save my life right now. You couldn't ask me the last TV show that came on or movie or the last sitcom. You couldn't ask me nothing about TV. I literally have nothing for you for the past 5 years. Because that's how lit life is. I don't know why people even, they need to wake up, bro. Turn off your TV, cuz.
He himself don't do none of that.
But you think he killed this kid?
No. Sylvester Robinson. They said he killed the kid, the driver.
I mean, also, the driver
Said that someone else not Big U killed him.
No, he said, Big, you killed it.
Oh, Jesus. Top 5 cars.
Dude's a troll.
I'm just gonna say doing it.
Wait, so what was it you said?
Top 5. That's that one.
He's
Dude.
basically saying that the most of the proof about if Big U killed this person
specific person
comes from this witness who's
If you're
basically
driving me, right?
yeah.
And we're on the way here, this bitch ass nigga diss me and song. When we get over there, you see everything that's going on.
He's a key witness.
He's there. They tested his DNA to see if you helped drag him out. They tested. But you know what they had Sylvester on? You were the one being sent to pick up the extortion. Over to like we got you on 100 cases of extortion. They like 50-something years, 57. He ain't up there a day in jail. And we gonna give you 30 years. But you don't talk to him. Would you with him? Nobody knew what.
Boy, that's a great shot. I'm sorry. Lord. That shot was insidious.
That's why that DNA, how they have it, same way they had it on Tory, right? That's how they presented it on Tory. It could be, maybe it's not.
Well, but that's the only thing I think you were incorrect about. Because when you said on Clubhouse, they found
So
they found Big U's DNA under his pillow. They said,
who said it? I sent you the recording. Your sister and the mother said.
Okay. In the paperwork, it doesn't say it. In the paperwork, it says it's inconclusive. You can't rule it out. But you know,
you can't rule it out, right?
But it could be him. But it could.
And guess what the driver did?
He didn't help property. Okay. All right.
Can we just get a word from top 5?
So if dude cooperated, he could have got away with it, but he had nobody else to even say he was not.
And Big U.
This dude called me 18 times last night.
Top 5's the only dude who's more dangerous in LA than academics. Hey, free break, baby.
Yo, Big U, man. Big U, Rock.
Damn.
Why you do that to my nigga, man? Everybody keeps going to jail around you. Why you?
He didn't do that one.
Yo, top 5.
That one is crazy.
I went to jail. Big U went to jail. Free Big went to jail. You saying I sent you to jail? That's what you saying? Sent me to jail.
I thought I sent him to jail.
What?
I thought I sent him to jail.
Hold on. I thought you did?
I thought I sent him to jail.
Yo, why? You say you was gonna get the paperwork. Did it say whack 100 name? You gotta send it to the exposer on the other side.
To my lawyer, man. That boy right there, that 6-year-old fake kingpin, keeps putting people in jail. Why you was getting in the ass in there, though? No, you got hit, nigga. Nigga, the people, hey, look, my man's up there told me you got violated. You got violated. The same way you got pushed in the face, kicked in the... Why y'all get this dude credit? We watched him on video, get mushed in the face, kicked in the ass, and chased.
He said that's
He's a buster. Once a buster, always a buster. You was a buster. No, it didn't. He's a buster. You would never find nothing where a nigga mushing me in the face, kicking me in my ass. You was a buster. And he only do it because he can't come down here. You call FBI, brother.
shit.
I'm flying your daughter out tomorrow.
Alright, I'm gonna hit you up.
Like, dude, he's obsessed with me. He called me 18 times.
Bro said I'm flying your daughter.
Call Kanye too. You're the top
No, but that's what it is. He does nobody. You gotta understand, dude is really a nobody. Piggyback on Drake's name. First he begged me, hey, big homie, can we go
He's not Drake's nemesis. If he's with Birdman and he sees the Birdman of Paris, niggas is not that nigga nemesis. They do fake beef like y'all do fake beef, and they've been drawing it on for life. Fro City, boy, that nigga different troll.
How long you interviewed Kanye for?
Craziest interview ever.
By the way,
Ooh, I didn't really let me get up with them though.
This is over an hour, probably like an hour 20.
Okay.
Well, it's a whole long thing. This is literally how it goes. It's one continuous recording from the moment I get out of the car.
Don't edit.
And he,
Don't edit it. I'm telling you, I know my bro.
He walks out and hops in an SUV to go to Japan. Like, we were supposed to do it. He was supposed to do it at his big studio, whatever, like his warehouse, wherever it is. And then he's like, yo, you're either going to have to come to Japan because people are trying to kill me or they're trying to put me in the hospital, and I'm going to Japan now. And
Don't edit it.
and then I was like, all right, I can make it at this time. He's like, cool. He hits me back. He says, I'm leaving at this time. So I'm doubling there to get it. He gave me 40 minutes. He pretty much turned it to 120.
So you really think Jay-Z trying to kill him?
Yeah, he hates all of it.
Everybody betrayed him. You see that long list?
Yo,
We aren't on it.
I gotta figure out. He took a White Lives Matter shirt off his back and gave me. I gotta figure out what to do with it.
He made you wear it.
Huh?
Did you put it on?
Would you wear the swastika shirt?
Now, I ain't
What
gonna
about
lie.
Kanye hiding in Japan 'cause they trying to knock my boy out. I ain't even know that. That's breaking news. Damn, they trying to get Ye. I was like, who they talking about? They talking about Kanye.
Everything's changing quickly because whatever's happening on Twitter is really happening in this real life, right? So
Right. That's why I said people don't understand. Twitter is the most instantaneous place to post a message before you have no time to post a message. It's like, oh, I need to say something real quick.
So I'm reading his message and typing very different, like, you know. And so he says, and I read it wrong the first time. He's like, yo, heads, because usually I'm in group chat with him. He's like, heads, I'm about to wear my
Twitter, the last big eye message.
He's like,
Nah, that's funny.
black outfit. Then I read it back again, and he would say, yo, heads up, I'm wearing my black KKK thing. Does a whole interview in a black KKK thing.
No way, not with the hood on.
I mean, at this point in time, it's not shocking.
Wait. He's got an all-black KKK outfit.
Have they not seen that video he did? What was it called?
I'm looking through.
It's where he allowed you to. I can hear the beat in my head, which is insidious. New Slaves. The video New Slaves is literally at the beginning. It's KKK members and then they turn black.
He got his swastika chain on, right? He's like,
That's not a coincidence. That's not coincidental.
Move this couch, do this.
My nigga said we the New Slaves in that song.
We're doing it in his hotel room, right? Move this. Matter of fact, fucking on the stage. Yo, I'm gonna go change. Goes to change.
Down the street from his warehouse, we got his hotel.
Shit, it was mad organic. Yo, he goes to change, and I'm like, okay. And he just walks out, and it's a black KKK outfit. I watched the video back, it kind of looks crazy.
Of course it looks crazy. Right?
There's something uniquely controversial about that. Like when Myron put the KKK hood on, it felt like that fully put him in a different category, even beyond every other offensive thing he said before.
When I seen that, I was just like,
It's just offensive to yourself at that point. It's not even offensive to us. Like, that's the one thing you want to reiterate. Kanye called for the song already there. He's the first trender on everything. New Slaves was his idea, and he made the video already. So, if you want to talk about black KKK unit or him wearing it, he's going to say that. Wearing a swastika would be no different than making a New Slaves video because that was the whole point of New Slaves, like wearing a Trump hat. I don't think they understand his way of expressing himself through art way before his time and nobody can catch on. Now they looking at it like he's crazy because he's living on that moment. And they're like, yeah, you're a communist. You are sitting up here trying to go against the status quo. They convinced him to do things. The whole time he's thinking, no, I'm trying to break people out of the transistor, do what I will, and obey signal. That's definitely what they got the world trend. That Obasic is strong.
Stuff that surely a lot of people will say that you're a grifter and you're a piece of shit because you're platforming somebody who's saying all this horrible stuff.
I'm not, listen, again, that whole platforming thing is Kanye West.
Listen, look,
we're not talking about like maybe influencers or whatever, it's still Kanye West.
I think
Right. It's still Kanye West.
doing with the swastika is overshadowing
Just
what
told
he's
you.
really attempting to do.
Told you. It
This
is.
is what
I'm not sure
this
people
is
are
what he's attempting to do. This is what I.
Okay, give me your take. I think Wack might understand. Let me see if you really know. Wack, let me see if you can hold a room like you've been holding the room. Chat.
This is probably going to be the only place you can do it. You can't do Instagram.
Right.
You definitely can't do Facebook.
Yeah.
You can put porn on your shit. Anything. They can't flag your page. You gotta give yourself the ultimate way to be able to express, because if you express small time, then they're gonna block you. But if you got straight porn on your page, they ain't gonna take you serious. They're gonna let you say whatever. They're gonna think you like dry freaky, but that's not even true.
They'll let you put it and they'll monetize it. Where?
Yeah, hold on. Wait, hold on. You know, the only thing, and listen, once I did it, I'm like, and this is the only thing I'll say about it. Me deciding to publish it, I have zero financial interest. I don't want to make money. So, I'm
Pure
like,
curiosity.
After doing it, I'm like, I'm not putting this on YouTube.
Oh.
Put it on any platform.
He don't want to make. He's not trying to get paid for it.
You know what I'm saying? I think this will be an opportunity for the people who care about Kanye and Kanye's opinions.
Right.
You can judge him in whatever format, and that'll be it. Like,
I think what he's trying to
He's using Act as an advertisement for the next 20 years. Facts. He wants to be the voice of the young niggas who are behind the computer nerds, the computer warriors, the nerds. He wants to be Act to be that. He just exonerated. If he does that and he doesn't get paid for it, he's exonerated himself as the reason of the free choice, free speech movement on the computer. Facts. That's why you don't need to get paid, because of the attention he's gonna get from just posting it and not getting paid for it. Extraordinary.
In that context, it's easy to take the swastika as meaning something very similar to what Hitler did with it.
part of what he tried to explain, he said, listen, you have, and I'll just say, you have other people that really profit off of black pain, and they monetize off of it. They're like, name me an artist that can drop a music,
And they-
have a song through a DSP, have a label. And he's like, they're monetizing off black pain. He's like,
All people are. But they can't say nothing when it's your pain. Exactly.
And again, I'm not saying I agree.
With your own pain, they think you're just crying. Wrong, in the wrong situation, right. Whoever playing the stage is gonna be the pain. Picture pain with the painter.
Amongst the powers that be that push the button for our type of entertainment. I see what he's trying to do, but it's like it's politically incorrect.
To say the least.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, but it's the wrong jump. But I'm gonna be real. He's the only dude we see get canceled, come back, and doing it.
And still popping his dude. They just canceled him from selling his stuff through a certain company, and that's why he don't care. That he realized he was ending it. That's why when he made that video with all his shoes outside, they were trying to think about why he realized I had to look at my creation one last time, because it's all over with. It's the end to the Yeezy brand, but Yeezy's gonna be the biggest name brand ever. But they canceled them. They didn't cancel Jordan, so you know Jordan don't own that, because it's not a reason for him to feel like it's his creation. He can charge like he is Dior.
Took the Shopify store down.
I'm sure he found another
You
good.
can't sell swastika t-shirts.
Yeah, you can.
But he's saying
Yeah, you can.
Any platform.
Have you seen today's saturated environment? You can sell the community and the public anything right now. You just have to find the buyer, and that's when you come to innovation. You did that with Yeezy. I can come up with a product and I can find a buyer. Once you get to that peak, you found your niche.
Who's doing that?
you really why you did it, I'm sure. I'm saying, but this is what he said. Once again, I get what he's saying, but it's not politically correct. You know, it's just not.
I also don't think it's been explained in that way at all. Like, if Kanye were to come out and had stated his mission statement for his swastika merch, maybe people would have been a little sympathetic to the artistic statement he was making, but he didn't. And then he also combined it with him kind of ranting against The dude.
A lot of it's vitriol.
How do you feel about
the F-slur and all these other
How do
things.
you feel about it, bro? You are Jewish. Yeah. You've been quiet. You've been playing the, you know.
Talking about Vlad.
How do you feel about it?
Vlad, of course, ain't gonna say nothing. That's his role. He said the politics of police is to what? Don't tell him that.
Before Vlad TV.
Because I don't think you would do it.
I would do it. I don't think he would do it.
Okay, well, how do you feel about
If he walks in the same way he walks in,
Yeah, I would do it.
with him in the
Interview him in the
with
Klansman outfit.
the whole getup.
I feel like it would go over even worse.
Oh,
with,
the whole
with
getup.
a person who looks like us.
he said, "Oh, yeah."
The whole getup.
As long as the Godfather,
Vlad, co-signs it. Yo.
He's gonna get hell. A person like us sitting across from a black Klansman outfit. Oh Lord.
Hold on. Before I answer your question, why do you think it was a black Klansman outfit as opposed to a white Klansman outfit? Because he had posted up a white Klansman outfit with the swastika chain.
Yo, put it like this. Yo, put it like this. Yeah. Yo, here's the thing. Yo, I'm telling you, I don't know. Like, Kanye is really interesting. Again, I walk into the suite. He's dolo. There's no security. Like,
He's nobody.
I pull up,
Damn
like,
security.
Ye
in there with his equipment, the room that he paid for, and all the expensive items he owns, and his creative aspiration.
I pull up and I'm like, I'm here to see Ye. They're like, oh, go up to this floor. He there.
That floor.
He tell me
Out
the
the
room
room.
number. I knock on it. 1 minute. He pops out. I see the swastika chain. He's like, yo, come on in. And then
It's just him.
Just him.
That kind of says a lot. He used to be around like a ton of collaborators.
All he
That's
has
how he moves.
is a duffel bag,
Mhm.
and it had 3 things in it. First of all, he's wearing a Sean John, that shirt he's selling. Shirt. 3 things in it. A black Klans outfit, a white Klans outfit.
Oh, so he got the white one.
Yeah, I don't know why he went black. And then
It's just-
a White Lives
it's
Matter
just-
t-shirt, which he took off his back later.
So he has no non-racist outfit to wear. I mean, White Lives Matter, you can interpret it however you want. The Klansman outfit is
I
a
asked
bit more
him if he wore that shit out in public yet, and he's like, yo, he
Or what?
the like Klansman outfit.
Yeah.
Imagine how much that'll break the internet when there's a paparazzi photo of Kanye walking down the street with the Klan outfit.
I don't think he wore that one in public. I ain't seen it.
Oh, they not touching the code. That's not real. They're using Ye to paint a message. Oh, shit. That was deep. I didn't even think that one. That's one of those don't think it out loud.
I mean, I've had family members killed by Nazis. Like my grandfather's, all his siblings died when the Nazis bombed.
They're like, I don't think they believe it. Hey, I think they'll believe it if we do this. Oh,
We have
shit.
a lot of our people killed by Nazis too. That's why it's crazy.
That's why it's crazy, because they painting the picture. Oh, shit.
I think it's sad that it's being pushed that way. And I don't know, from his point of view, I don't know whether this is like performance art.
Or,
I'm almost thinking this is kind of what he's thinking of this one. This is performance. I'm going to show y'all how I take the swastika and
Flip
make
it.
my own and monetize it and so forth and get everyone behind it.
He was definitely different.
What happens when he tattoos it right here on his neck?
yeah. Because that's the next thing.
He told me a story, and he basically said that a lot of what he's saying, he's like, yo, I'm saying it. He's like, I figure out. He's like, people have hurt me, and I figure out what hurts them.
Right.
What hurts
There you
them,
go.
I'm gonna use it.
Yeah.
And he's like, and because the Jay-Z tweet, he tripled. Well,
Let me ask you
Quadruple down. Triple ain't enough.
He quadrupled in the interview.
yeah.
Wait, where's the interview?
Right? Rock Nation definitely gonna
something.
kill
If
you.
you feel like
Oh, shit.
3 to 5 different conversations with him at one time.
Adam said enough to say that it's crazy.
Which conversation he was at, what he was in, and that's what he does. I can keep with it.
Yeah, you gotta keep up with that nigga talk.
That's what I knew I was with. Because I can really
Keep up with a fast-paced conversation. Some people can't keep up with it because they're still stuck in the current, and you gotta move in the energy, because the energy has more time and more agility. You got more creative space. Creating that speed instantaneously, it exists.
Jason Lee, because I said that was
But that was a while ago.
that was 2022.
That's how I be saying I'm a computer, I'm quantum.
I would say here.
It's like I move at the speed of light. My thing is speed of light, and I store everything in the cloud. It's in the cloud, but I bet you if I need, I can draw it right now, open the file. What is the file? A zip file. Because it's including a whole bunch of data and things I created, but that file is now compressed, and now I can create another modem.
more than
on this floppy disk or
there's a
this
lot of
storage
wins
device
and
within like
tangential
storage device.
things where you could tell like it's so passionate for him. And again, it's kind of like, you know, the optics on it. So I'm watching. Again, he has the hood on, so I could only see his eyes, and I could just see how some of these things like really bother him. Like even when I do it back, extra boss.
Extra boss.
I said, well, you're talking about Kris Jenner, and you're talking about Kim Kardashian like that, but it feels like you're not taking accountability. You picked her. And,
Right. That's another thing. And you stuck with her.
Yeah, and
it ain't even that. If he stuck with her, you made a family with that.
See it in his eyes.
That's the self-defeat.
Not only pain, but it's just like so passionate.
The love for what he does.
Stuff, like, and one thing I say with him, yo, he's like really, whatever you see on Twitter, he's actually there.
So he's gonna ruin Cardi's life.
Yo, he's like, yo, that was my last heartbreak.
You guys think he went too far when he mentioned the thing about Jay-Z's youngest children?
I feel like that might be the worst thing that I've ever seen a celebrity put out there into the...
But I don't think it's worse if you understand what he's done to his kids and why he's saying that, because he's destroyed his kids like Will Smith and Jada. Now that's another way to put that. I'm just thinking if we're gonna keep thinking out the box, don't go back in the box because that's crazy. Y'all was just understanding him 100% and dry y'all 0% of it. And why he said what he said. Wack definitely can control the room. I don't know if they be paying attention to that. Wack started the room and then controlled it. This interview Wack. W-Wack. I can't hold you. God in control of the room, giving everybody the thought processes to even bring out the think tank for real. Because the think tank wasn't even think tanking. The think tanking now. They're missing the message, I think. The children aren't behaving like normal children, and everybody is dismissing it because they are black. To normalize it, they pushed it so it can be a normalized thing on black children, so you have a ultimate distrust, disgusting, automotive, theory-ated thought process about black stuff. Just zero to the truth. And there's no actual black people that move around and live like Will and Jada's kids, Dwayne Wade's situation, and who else? We ain't got to think about the countless others. It's just, think about how many black people are moving like that and are celebrated for it. And there's a community that is like, because our kids and they want to live free and changes at a youth. Like, nobody's doing that. What they call it, you're castrating your child at a young age, allowing them to feel that that's okay, and it's the same because they're going to hate themselves, and you for it, allowing them to go that far later. It's something that you got to live with, and that's not a change that you can make, so I wouldn't think it's cool to motivate that idea. I ain't gonna lie, I was catching feet. He couldn't even shoot at me. Did he shoot me with his eyes, bro? Because I was catching feet. Look, no, I got gone. I was in another room. He couldn't catch me. I was catching feet.
Like, he don't care about Cam, all these other people in the industry. He cares about his direct blood lineage. And that might kind of have, like, this correlation to, you know, maybe how people felt like everything happens since his mother died. Like, he really feels like those are the only people who are always for him. Because what he talked about half the time was like, it's a huge thing. It's like, it was not at the time, not the summer. It was not in for him.
We was just talking about that. I was just telling somebody, and they was like, why they like that. I don't know if people understand that there's a side of black people that I realize they just might be just racist. Cause ain't no way black people even worried about people being racist as far as we came. And I mean on the where we survived. But I don't believe that we are. But I see some older, like I think the older generation, like they stay in their 40s and their 50s and 60s, they racist, bro. Like we ain't got nothing to do with that. I didn't tell y'all to be born in that situation like I didn't actually be born. It's crazy to be mad at me. Take it back.
Like everything happened since his mom. This is the only, and like he almost basically said that this is the only semblance of family he has. That's why when he's talking about his kids, like you don't care about Cam or all these other people in the industry. He cares about his direct blood lineage, and that might kind of have like this correlation to, you know, maybe how people felt like everything happened to his mother died. Like he really feels like those are the only people who are always for him, because what he talked about half the time was like. She would use me. It's like, yo, look what I did for Ty Dolla $ign. Look what I did for John.
Ty used him? I don't think Ty.
He's done with Ty.
The only reason he said he's done with Ty is because Ty said, like, I don't condone any sort of hate.
That's almost like instantly denouncing whatever he's saying. Right, why did you just stay quiet? No, he should have just did what he needed to do. He ain't been making no music. He definitely should have just let that go.
Ty told him, no, they're on my head.
Oh,
I gotta say something. And he said him and Ty agreed that Ty was gonna put something out to the effect of, hey.
Okay, so they agreed on a response.
I love everybody, but Kanye's racist. It was something actually worse.
Oh, but he said he wouldn't say that.
He said that? Yo,
He said they wanted me to say something like that, but he changed the answer.
Claims he has to say something because that's the big thing. He's like, yo,
if I respond to that,
you guys don't have to agree with me.
Mother, we're gonna ask him about it.
Got you $7 million. Jim Jones, you got $2 million off of me. You got all you guys now wanna just turn it back on me. He said by the time he landed, he said for him when he looked at Instagram, he was speaking just like how some people usually express that they love everyone. And he's like, so what we agreed to do, which I understood you. You didn't want to do, you wanted to do it to appease other people who are putting you against me. So fuck you. That tends to be the, and I mean, he pointed out several instances. Travis, you know what I mean, Cardi, you know, he's like, yo, listen, we have music going and you guys don't end up putting it on there. He's like, Travis records 4 songs when I get help to me, going out to Wyoming, and he does it without me. When all of these are like my kids.
But here's the thing with Ye, right? Eventually, in the process of being Ye's friend, if you're doing it for a long period of time, he's so controversial and he's so a leader with himself and his thoughts, he's eventually going to do something that you just simply can't do. And at that point in time, he's going to let you dislike.
Assault. Ty Dolla $ign is like fresh. Because
bro,
Fresh
what?
is along for the ride with Myron. And, you know, he doesn't really want to be sitting next to the guy who's talking about his to school and signaling you know, the shit. And Fresh is like, he's just
Myron say that?
Myron says, yeah, I'm in the sun, pretty much. Yeah, at a certain point. And you can tell that Fresh doesn't like it. But Fresh is kind of along for the ride. But Fresh has not really denounced Myron in the way that Ty Dolla $ign kind of made it.
Yeah, I think that's basically what he said. He said, just don't speak against me. Right. He's like, yo, you know, people like John Legend, I put on a red hat, you know. He said, this guy started going against me.
You guys gotta do this all the time.
Anyway, I mean, what else going on, man? Hey, you see the yellow beans? Capital murder, huh?
Of course, Ag.
Yeah, no, the capital murder.
Throws that in there.
Yeah.
Said he'd been there, he just wasn't going to speak on it until it was spoke on.
Yeah, I didn't.
So I guess whoever Whoever the chick was, I guess whoever was tired, whoever they was all tired, that was kind of crazy, man. I hate to see that. Damn, man, like, young busy, you know, good dude, but he's weird. It looked like somebody got tired of doing time and talk.
I feel like hip-hop is on the edge right now. I see Bobby Schmurder, who has been incarcerated for gang-related charges before. He just came out and be like, oh, hey, just a reminder, I'm not in the gang. It feels like people are kind of
I'm not in the game. I'm not. I denounce that every time. Yo, I represent nothing like a gang or criminal organization. Stop it.
The situation with Yellow Beezy and other things, and there's a lot of like criminal things popping up. People are, you know, I think people are surprised when they think something is left in the past, because I think a lot of people have felt like, you know, the guy who killed Mo 3, the guy who ran down on him on the highway, he got charged. Right. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
So people don't know.
So he must have told who paid.
Hey, but is that legitimate, or is that, hey, let me make up,
arrest him?
you make up a get out of jail free card? Oh, you know,
That's not makeup. That's called lawyering and
I'm
loopholing.
now ready to talk
Yeah, there's a way in it, but there's a way out of it. Have you ever heard of why the genie became a genie? Do Aladdin get his 3 wishes, or do you get 3 things that can ruin your life and you wish you never met?
You said it was over, girl. You'd be surprised how many situations, like when men get into it, but sometimes the very initial part of disrespect are part of it. Like even with Kanye. Kanye was just like, he's like, hey, let me put this in your perspective. This guy doesn't put me on his album. We did music together. Okay? I was there. The records that you see on there, the Thug record, this record, I was there when it happened. We worked in the studio. He doesn't put me on his album for whatever reason. But then he's on the album rapping about a brand that I was stiffed out, Skims, that my baby mama owns. But he knows I don't get along with my baby mama. It's like if you're my friend, why do you even acknowledge my baby mama? So my baby mama posts your stuff, and you repost it, and then you add even more disrespect when you say, you left me off the album, when you say, yo, send me Kanye's daughter's vocal. So you're trying to do a song with my daughter, but you would do one with me.
No, that's crazy.
Again, when people have issues,
My daughter ain't even old enough to even ask you. You gotta say, that's like asking me disrespect. Yeah, he didn't disrespect. Sorry.
No one's gonna be like, oh, that's exactly why, but it adds to disrespect. So sometimes it could be like, Wack has a woman and somebody tries to talk to that woman after it's already known, hey, that's Wack's woman. If it ends up getting extra bad, it's not like Wack did that over the woman. It's because you disrespected me.
Right, but here's the thing overall, right? A whole bunch of people are turning against you, and you're looking at them as them being disloyal, as opposed to saying they would have been in the exact same place had I not been acting crazy in public.
But it's not acting crazy to him. I'm saying to him, Vlad, that's what I'm saying to him. It's not does he see it as that? He doesn't see it as acting crazy.
Everyone else sees it a certain way.
Okay, so let's just take the Jewish part out. Hey, all my black friends, I'm promoting a Klan outfit right now.
Right.
No, that's why
Come hang out with me, do music together.
To a lot of black people, the Klan is a real memory in their family lineage that either they or their parents or their grandparents have to deal with. That shit is deeply offensive to a load of people in his world, his family.
I shocked that.
Black, Jewish.
Like, he was like, they're like, it don't even probably matter, because they killed a lot of people. And homosexuals, because you gotta add that. It was more than just race to them. It was everything. They hated a lot. That's why it's a problem. It's deeper than skin color, for sure.
This dashcam talks to you and responds when you give it voice commands.
A cross was burned on his front yard.
Right.
And his family had to leave town and move somewhere else.
That's why I say, as much as he want to be rich, I don't think it's that nice to do when they got a lot of people that feel like them guys popping back out right now, and he's almost like pushing those guys back outside. And what are they gonna play on the rides? This nigga music. I don't just what year they drop it. You ain't gonna be able to tell me that they don't listen to fucking Kanye.
Alive right now. It's not as this from the 1600s. There's no clan anymore.
You know what Gabe's gonna tell you? It's time for a change.
Time for a change.
That's what he gonna tell you. And he feels like he's the one that can change. Bro, I know him. I flew around with him. I kicked it with him. Like, to understand him,
They're like, alright. They're like, he's shooting sides.
straight up. There's no point. It's just how he sees it.
And what he thinks and how he feels and what he's trying to do, what he's getting to. I can understand that. He's manifesting a reality. And he's going 100% with his mind, body, and soul. He is here. That's why he just said that. He said they didn't hear that mind, body, soul. I'm telling you, they walking us on the path right now. It's a way to free black people, but he don't know where. He's just an ungrateful.
And he admits to having those traits in why he's responding and how he's responding to people. Also, he hates, and I think, it's a lot of hurt there, but he's like, ironically, like, right after we do the interview, and I hate to even, like, bring this up, like, because he brings up certain stuff about art. He's like, think about this. He's like, we have 3 woman beaters and, like, 2...
Talk about it. 3 woman beaters and 2 PDFs. 3 woman beaters, 2 PDFs.
They're gonna use that Kendrick song, get some allegations, and gonna put him in jail. I called out. Basically, he was saying that. What's the difference? He said, he's beating the woman, he's done whatever. He's like, but Cardi's done whatever. Which, ironically, right after we're done with the interview, I look up the video of Cardi and supposed to, baby mama supposed to put hands on her, whatever.
There's a video of him choking the pregnant.
It's a body cam.
What? A body cam. Bro said she had a body cam. A body cam.
She's saying I'm pregnant and this happened.
Black's gonna say that she could be lying.
They're like, whoa, don't say that, don't say that. I know they were talking about Playboy Cardi. Cardi going through a lot.
Consistently hit you up?
Not consistently, but every few years I get this, and my whole thing's how
They ain't gonna take that one.
In context, he's looking at it like this.
He's banging her with her underage too, and she basically acknowledged that to him as well.
What? Who are you talking about?
Basically acknowledged that Cardi was underage, right?
What?
What state?
Nigga said what state? No. He dropping. Now Adam being an op right now. He like, I got all the feds in the room. I'm releasing Fed information too. Just not like y'all. He's trying to get Cardi rap. Hey yo, nobody knew that.
She was telling us about, she literally admitted, she was like, yo, these 4 rappers slept with me underage.
Damn. Ruby Rose.
Yes.
So you telling me all the pop star girls who popping out, literally, they were basically doing stuff with niggas before they were old enough, and that's how they got there. Nah, that's insane. Wait, she was in Bad and Bougie? And they just dropping too much information. Nobody knew about none of this. I feel like this is the biggest Fed interview ever. But then you got the 6 biggest Fed podcasts, and it's really 5 because Remo knew. Remo knew what the fuck Adam told him to do.
She got off the stream, and the whole chat was calling around, and I saw, I'm like, yeah, I know she was lying. She was still watching. And she called me back, and she said, listen, all right, I'll tell you the truth. And she literally just admitted to like, hey, yeah, I did, when I was 16, when I dealt with this guy, I dealt with this guy. And that's why I thought.
That's why he don't want to say where, because it's like it's an open charge. He just gave Ruby Rose a sexual charge on 4 niggas that rap. Bro, they like you. If you come on, keep talking. They feeding, bro.
She was doing an interesting posturing move.
No
where
way.
She knows exactly. Like, if you don't want to say that, don't hint to it.
Yeah. No
Because
way,
in the
right?
past, and again, I'm glad. I think this is a burger file. I hope nobody finds it. Shit, I think I've even tried to find that clip. Like, just to like look at him like, yo, I can't believe she turned into someone, because now it's gonna matter. If later on she's like.
Cause I was just like, he's literally saying Ruby Rose. I'm trying to remember when did Act talk to Ruby Rose?
Yeah.
She's coming out with, hey, all these rappers she's named, at that point were like up and coming.
She's gonna write a book.
It was up and coming.
Well,
all these rappers now are huge superstars.
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, that's crazy.
Just pray that OnlyFans money keep going. You know what I mean?
Nigga, what? Oh, she ain't got a reason.
She can still
He's saying that she ain't got a reason to tell yet. Nah, that's crazy.
Would people really give a fuck about like, hey, Travis Scott was like 20 banging Ruby Rose when she was 16, and this was like 15 years ago?
Bro, you legit use the nigga name is wild.
It ain't gonna matter if they were in Georgia or a state where the legal.
Well, that means there would be no charges.
They're good.
Okay, so it's
drum up a narrative,
must be
especially,
16,
you know what happens now? It's like, maybe it's an isolated incident, it doesn't happen, but then like, for example, like now with even Drake, they're like looking for anyone who's underage Drake is ever like even responded.
Yeah.
Because now it becomes a narrative. Once it becomes a narrative, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, even if it's not true, they're just going to paint you know?
Somebody's going to always say something about it. It's always going to come up. You're always going to find yourself defending yourself one way or another. That's just how it works. 70% of the world is dumb.
No bow.
I just interviewed Joe Tacopina.
I ain't gonna. I thought he was gonna say hi. 70s decent as fuck though.
I asked him. I said, how much does it cost to file a gun case? How much it cost, get you, represent me? It was a lot.
It's like saying he know at least 70% of the world getting arrested, but he like that's the dummies.
I have a lawyer, for example, one of my lawyers, she charges $950 an hour. How much do you charge per hour? It's $2,400 an hour.
Yo.
Okay. God damn, I've never earned $2,400.
In nobody's life. $2,400 an hour, nigga. He like, I'm Jewish. I've never heard that. They need money. I've never heard that. Lawyer eating. Yeah, man, you do all of that, boy. You ain't got that JPay. You don't know nothing about that. I'm signed up on all of the, what is it called? Pull links and JPay. Well, I'm signed up on all of them. You gotta be talking to the people in the area.
What usually happens with every...
Why wouldn't you just wait until he come over the money?
You just send stamps, buy the stamps and the calls, and they can do online video calls, emails, which is basically letters, but they digital letters. Man, my buddy used to be sending them bitches for years.
Puerto Rico, you crazy as hell. They about to come here and subpoena all the recordings, all the masters, all the mixes, and so they said no. as careful as possible. And, you know, shout out to DJ fans and, you know, their team that they sanitized it. They sanitized it to a point where it's like, yo, it's really good music, but he ain't talking no shit got to be using anything. And that's kind of interesting.
I'll tell you this right now, got a thing going on with the incarcerated. Tory Lanez is in the league. Tory Lanez album was hot.
Tory Lanez and he's on independent.
Doing an independent, really on the damn, the little jail thing. You can hear it, I can hear the little concrete echo behind it.
Yo, you realize the law is getting a lot of, like, yo, even when Cardi plays, so Cardi called me like, night or two before the album was coming out, he's like, yo, and he's trying to give me a little story with everything, but like, he's like, yo, I got another one here. He's like, no, you ain't talking no gangsta shit. He can't. You know, I mean, he can't say that. That's like the change for like, even young boy coming home on probation, like certain things he can't do. Like, I'm wondering how.
I think music gonna sign because they can't say certain stuff and affiliate themselves with nothing. That's jail. Somebody already probably done rid up their new life and they gonna just practice that new role till they fit them or everybody accept them at that peak, and then they gonna push that peak until they can't. And now you gonna legendary himself as a nigga who went this way and turned back that way. They gonna be profited off of so many jail cases and got so many people out the streets with it. It ain't gonna matter if they never get another person filed for it. That shit gonna be an eternity of people stuck on that. I know people with cases that when they die, they gonna have a way they just make them niggas exist. The jail is truly an immortalizing place. Best doctors, best everything. You go to jail, you certified till you gotta need to get no job. They can do the bare minimum for a little bit of name. They get everything like he was on the streets. That's how they keep them in there under their heat. Crazy, right? I wish that on my worst enemy, boy.
So he wanted to go on tour, and they said, "Well, who's on the lineup?" They said, "Unless you're trying to violate, and we're gonna arrest you, you can't be around gang members." Now, even work-wise, they worked out a deal that he had to hire either this like these all-duty cops, or I don't know if it was U.S. I don't think it was U.S. Marshals. They escorted him to the stage and escorted him out, just because at these venues there were people that were gang members and other people that were supposedly affiliated with them, that they're saying this is the only way you could guarantee that you're not violating. And he had to do that for a while, so he was just, they would blank him, he would have like managers or whoever like that's just not affiliated walk straight to the stage, perform, and he has to get out. He has it, you know, he has it right now. They've been offering him like $600,000 a show. They think he can do arenas when he's coming out. And with the stipulations, that might be one of the things, but we're gonna see how it works out.
They only offer him $600 in an arena.
Well, it's a little low, doesn't it?
Is that low? Hell.
No. It's not low.
You lose got $1 million when you play in an arena, bro.
Well,
let's say
it depends on the high
down. Let's say scaling that shit down to like 10,000 or something.
No, we're not talking about full arena. Sometimes lower bowls. Yeah. And what happens too is like, you know, if you're dealing with, you know, I went through this with Rod Wave. Is like, you know, he fills an arena. Like I went to the Toyota Center in Houston. He fills it, but you're not charging like drink tickets on average are like $200, $300. Like a $200, $300 ticket for a young boy or Rod Wave shows, you damn near get a meet and greet. You're paying $40. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So it's like when it's lesser money and after you pay whatever, you know. So
how do you feel about Drake being so stressed out about Kendrick's success? He canceled his tour.
What? No, he's not. Yo, Drake FaceTimed me last night. He's in Houston.
No, he canceled the tour, bro. We saw
it. Drake called me in Houston last night, and he put his pops on the phone.
No, we're not talking about last night. We saw it.
It was poorly routed.
No. There ain't no routing. You'll prove it routed before you leave. You talking to a manager. How do you feel about him being so stressed out? Mentally gonna know.
No, let's talk manager.
Let's talk on your line.
Let's
talk
manager.
Now we hear live and direct.
Let's talk manager.
How do you feel about Drake being so stressed out?
I think Top Dog.
He canceled his tour.
I think Top Dog.
Success.
Top Dog.
Say it again.
Top Dog.
Say it again.
He called in the favor to say, "Whack, you can't be that neutral no more, so because you were so neutral at first. Now it's all Kendrick, West up. It's all that.
He's a rat.
No, who?
Drake's a rat.
How?
He blew the whistle blow.
Wait, so let me ask you a question.
Lawsuit?
No, let me ask you a question.
There's no lawsuit,
Suing your
talking
your
about?
record label's a rat?
Bro,
You're a manager. No, you're a manager.
Joe.
So if Interscope didn't pay out everything they owe
Listen.
to the
Check
game,
this
or
out.
Geffen actually,
Check this out.
or let's say Koch, wherever
this
he's
out.
released, if he
I
sues
know
him,
you
is he a
didn't
rat?
think I was going to let
Is he
you
a
get
rat?
up out of here
Hold on.
without us politicking
Hold on.
this.
Is that a rat?
Did you watch what UMG
Oh.
said? Let's touch on this. The first
How's that
important
gonna be a
thing
rat?
UMG said was because UMG said this. Because Drake lost the rap battle to Kendrick. UMG said this.
Okay.
Right?
How does that?
We released.
You said a rat.
I'm gonna get to this. We released
You're
his
breaking.
song.
This is how he put you in a trick
We
back.
released his songs when he said all the heinous things about Kendrick. Kendrick said nothing.
But how is he a rat? You
I'm
gotta
gonna tell
explain
you.
the rat. You didn't get there yet.
When you
This is what White does.
When you start talking federal offenses, payola, that's rap. Especially when you're talking about the very same thing that helped you climb the ladder. Now it's a problem.
Hold on. Can I make a hold on? And I want
Joseph Israel, a close
I
friend of mine.
to actually
He did 10 years in the feds for payola.
You're using weird street
It's a
rules.
fact.
You're using weird street rules, but hold on.
Joseph Israel.
Let me ask the question. If
Payola.
and Black again, this is Godfather over here. I was never exposed any of our conversation, but let me just ask you a question. I think you might ask me. If an employee sues an employer to say, hey, listen, I worked certain hours, I was supposed to get compensated based on overtime, which you did, so I wasn't paid the adequate amount, so and maybe they approach the person and said they don't want to pay, so they sue them. Is that right?
No.
That's not right. So you saying that Drake suing UMG? How is that right?
And he's justified a million different lawsuits over the years, including street dudes. And for some reason, this one is ratty.
Because, okay, let me ask
Top
you.
dog set the kite. That's what
The
happened.
best argument against it is that it's against the spirit of hip hop, not that it's ratty.
Gangsta is. We ain't even gotta tell each other. We know what to do. Check this out. So you telling me right now, it's like you telling me the very same tools that was used to catapult Drake. Never said nothing about it. Now we saying payola, a federal offense. Joseph Israel, Google it. He's one of the last Gambino family members at it.
Bingo.
He did before Michael Jackson, Van Halen, through the means of payola. They gave him 10 years in the bed. Payola.
I'm giving you a point. Hold on. I'm giving you a point to say, we make an argument that
Bro, let's talk dog from Kendrick.
That's not harmful.
I was going to do that same thing with J3. I thought it was more believable. I was going to say hit a J3 was here just because I thought it'd be a little more believable. You a little nervous being in LA?
No, being here. Like here, I'm like, yo, what was the action?
Luce is locked up.
Huh?
Luce is locked up, so you ain't going to stick your head in with this guy.
From jail. He called me for you.
Wait,
Guaranteed.
he's coming home?
No, he called me before.
Oh, yeah. I talked to him last night.
He thinks you locked him up. I ain't gonna say too much. He think I had him
I
locked up.
talked to him last night.
I talked to him last night too. I guarantee you.
First question he asked me, how'd last night's episode do? Still counting views from behind the wall.
The first thing he said to me,
That's
the first thing he said to me, are you the only person who I could trust to put out a statement? I tweeted that out.
You should trust me.
Hell no. No, hold on. Yo, actually, Whack.
Now you yelling at you too, then.
Whack, I'm gonna be honest with you. And I was gonna ask you about bail money for a lawyer? Yeah, you got it. Hold on. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Beat you out of bail money.
Hold on.
He got bail money, he didn't even lose for bail. He didn't have a bail.
And by the way, I'm gonna bring Vlad into this too. This is a platform shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. You tell me, I think we all have or whatever, but there's respect all around. After seeing this indictment, again, if you continue to lead into certain conversations, it's like you're saying, these guys don't have the IQ. Like, even what? Let me tell you. I read the entire indictment. A lot of what Loose Cannon corroborated was they already had proof. You're sitting there with them, and you're doing the same thing you do a lot of times. So you're telling me that Big U did this and he called it back and he gave him the money? Oh. Again, lose doesn't.
You set him up to fail.
What I'm saying is that
Calls like the truest statement ever. You setting him up to fail.
You can't tell me a man's poor performance with his woman is my fault. You ain't gonna tell me a man not brushing his teeth is my fault. And you ain't gonna tell me a man speaking his mind is my fault. If you sitting here at the table with us and you say something, and I want to make sure I'm hearing.
If that was your friend,
like the people want to.
That was my friend. If that was your friend, I'm like, what? Me and you were talking about this indictment, and for someone who I pride myself on reading all these things, like really going the extra mile, you know even more than me. You're smarter than the average bear. When you're sitting there on a podcast with a guy, and you're literally like,
You're winding him up. You're putting the battery in the back of your little toy soldier to go against your big high. Big you.
Do it all the time.
Here's the difference.
You get the blame for this all the time. You ask a question, and it's on who to answer it.
So, as the fans like rock, paper, scissors, which one of you podcasters going down?
When I do what I'm
For
supposed to do,
being, what they call it? Accessory. Accessory like a motherfucker.
bullshit. I stopped some shit. Did I not?
When you lined up,
You stopped it? You telling me I didn't stop nothing? Outside this building?
Unless there was a threat that you didn't see off camera.
Are you telling me out there with this weenie PDF file, Jay Reed, y'all telling me I didn't stop nothing?
You get sued.
No, you all. I didn't stop nothing. Next time I
What'd you
won't
stop?
stop.
What'd you stop?
When I
They
stop.
were gonna kill him?
When I stop.
well, Wax says y'all like, what happened?
When I stop. Oh, y'all got amnesia? Don't do that. Don't do that. Because it could have been a whole other 16 out there.
Adam don't play
Are
dumb.
you for real?
I ain't gonna lie, sometimes Adam play dumb. Hold on, I know, hold
Did
on.
you watch the video?
So you're saying they would have killed him if you weren't there?
You, listen, bro, you
They
heard
would've
it.
gave him a leg up at least.
You heard it.
Let's give him a leg up. That's what you.
Are you for real? All right, I got you.
So
Maybe I
Wax
gotta rewatch
stop
it.
the situation.
What? If I went without my voice, that shit was gonna go somewhere. You,
Wax, let me ask you one question. And
I don't know how you forgot
Wax, Wax,
that.
you
I
know
didn't know
only,
that.
but I do want to ask.
First I heard of that.
Yo, Wax, I want to ask you a
Yo,
question.
bro, hold on, Black. Did you watch that video?
Yeah.
Did you hear my voice?
Yeah, I heard your voice.
Did my voice stop some crazy shit from happening?
Yeah, I feel like it toned it down.
It was
you were trying to tone
Bro,
it down.
you're crazy.
I didn't think I watched the
So
whole video.
that's me being a homie. If bro want to sit there and talk his shit, I'm gonna let him talk his shit.
Wax, after reading this indictment, I know you read it even better than me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you believe that, again, obviously the police are going to do what they do, but it's clear that they're listening to podcasts?
So what?
Hold on, they're clear
You don't
they're
give
living
a what they listening to?
No, hold on, but here's the thing. You are aware of a lot of other things that you're not going to say. But like, all right, I'll use the Brick Baby thing. I'll use the Brick Baby thing as an example. Give me 1 second. So, yes, Brick Baby has...
Why it sound like everybody trying to indict Wax?
Respectfully,
Sound like the nigga trying to get whacked.
yo, if you're my friend and I'm your employee and you value me, and I think the story is that you bailed him out of some stuff, right? So I'm pretty sure you knew a little bit more. I would say, yo, conversations regarding a case that I should only have a lawyer speak for me. Only have a lawyer speak for me.
What are you talking about?
The case about the weapon or whatever the fuck he
Okay,
got.
so here goes,
That should not be
here
on
you
no
go,
number.
Square Bill.
Okay, here we go.
Square Bill.
No, Square Bill.
It's not that he didn't want to talk about the case because it may get him in trouble. It's that the stipulations in what he was doing and possibly doing and not going to court for that case, it's going to have the streets looking at you like, what are you doing? You don't catch an AK-47 case and go 18 months, damn near 2 years without a court date.
Yeah, that alone was crazy.
Got something else going on.
That shit was crazy. I would have even been kicking it with little bro. You ain't went to jail. You ain't been to court. You ain't paid no tickets. Nah, nigga. Nah, nigga. You ain't paying no tickets. It's crazy.
My capabilities, if I go to digging into you, or would you leave me alone?
You if I said, do you have an older home that doesn't have
Bullshit,
central
and I
boiler
think it's
heating,
okay if I say it. I
retrofitting
think
a
they
bigger
feel
traditional
like they gonna
system
expose
into a
everything
room
on this
pricey.
interview
But here's a great solution
so
to
much
heat
that ain't
and
nobody
cool
gonna even know what's gonna get
efficiently and
investigated.
affordably. It's called a
They got
mini-split
context on a
hangover
build
menu
up
room
right
in your
now, and
house.
it's
There's an indoor
insane.
unit and a small out. You said to me, Act, there's a few dudes who I know, it'd be a long day going at it. They cerebral, they talk that shit, they gonna get that extra stuff, and it's like, yo, me and you, I'm glad we're in that boat, and I put even some other people in there. Like Charleston White, I think he's pretty decent. Not everybody's of that ilk. When you are going at it with a lot of other people, it's not
That
even
ain't what I asked you.
The only thing I'm saying is that, do you think those type of street, like, I get it, that's some street shit. I'm a square, you're right. That's some street shit. Do you think that should be politics on a podcast where a lot of those things I've seen happen, like the feds looked at, again, not that the podcast was trying to encourage some shit, but there was fallout from conversations happening that led to further conversations, because now they're
We
listening
finna
to
see
Wired.
somebody from a
So
podcast
now
and
people
deal
are like,
them
yo,
out.
man, this nigga whacking.
The question is who?
They're actually-
My first guess was gonna be Adam, but I'm like, maybe Adam is really Freemasonry, which would make him the
Check this
fifth.
out, homie. I'm
CIA.
gonna say this. Midget,
At that
anorexic,
point, I would think that he's gonna
right?
get
If you throw
one of the
cat
black
in the front
podcasters
piranhas,
put in
or
jail.
the
That's
piranhas
the
gonna
first
say,
person they
that's
gonna
little
choose
cat,
is
leave it
Wack,
alone.
because
They
Axe
gonna
is
eat that
way
ass up,
smarter.
right?
He's his
I'm asking
counterpart.
You, if you're Brick, and you know you got skeletons in your closet that you don't want exposed, do you go with a dude like Wack 100?
Yeah, but
So I think Remo worked for
I think that's
Axe.
playing fair though, because you would
That's
do that
not-
to anybody.
Nigga, I'm gonna do that to anybody come playing with me like that, bro. So you telling me I'm supposed to let Brick pop my name, and I know what I know?
Well, I'm asking if there's some street moral code or ethics
Ain't no
to say,
what more, bro.
yo, I'm not gonna
Check
set
this
you
out.
up
Check
to
this out.
self-incriminate.
There you
How
go.
you
Say it.
self-incriminate?
Y'all act like y'all not paying attention to
He
what's
already
going
was
on.
arrested in charge. He was hiding the fucking case because he working with the police.
But even
They making
again,
Wack snitch.
God,
man.
here. The streets need to know that, bro.
hold on, wait.
He already
We
told
knew
us.
that
I
already.
get you.
That's
But Wack, here's the thing.
You wanna see the word?
Everybody know that Brick
Put the word
working with the
on.
laws.
Wait,
I'm glad Wack is the first to say it. Thank you, Wack.
Didn't you
I
say
didn't know Brick was working with the police. until you
Loose
said
has
it.
a incident that is isolated, but they're now putting it in context to say it's under the Big U enterprise. What I'm saying is that you're right. These things existed. No, you said that earlier. Come on now.
Existed. They
Okay,
exist.
but hear what I'm saying. When you see a RICO drop
It's
down,
crazy.
they're now
This room
putting
is
everything and
insane.
linking everybody together. Whether it's
I don't
right or
think
wrong.
people even know what's
don't you
going on
think
in there.
certain
This is the
things should
most-
stay off of a podcast or
I'm telling
clubhouse?
you right
They
now.
exposing so much more than
Again, I
they
mean,
were
I don't care.
supposed to.
I'm
It's
Brick baby
insane.
ass. Before I started this, check my Instagram.
Yeah.
I posted the work. Why?
Run the content.
I thought everybody like making cool.
Because he said I was lying. He told you I was lying, right? So if you call me a liar and I got the work to show it, because now it was out, I got exposed, right? Bro, listen.
You don't feel
Don't
so
try to
remorse?
justify my strengths to another motherfucker weakness. Leave me alone, bro.
Hey.
I wouldn't, if I had dirt skeletons in my closet, I wouldn't with me.
All right, hold on. All right,
I would leave me alone.
All right, hold on. Wait, so let me bring it to Vlad and also Adam. I remember someone from Kodak's here. This is when I was connected with Kodak's camp. And for the very first time before we did our interview. And they were like, yo, you know, because I've always loved Kodak. But they say, yo, there's a moment Kodak wasn't cool with you. I said, damn, why? I feel like I've spoke highly of him. He said, well, in court, they brought up something that like a video you put out, right? And at least in that situation, it made sense why that person was just like, yo, Act is involved in something that might lead to my arrest, right? Now, obviously, that's not the reason why, but, you know, you want to stay clear that if you guys seen your name, and then, like, I mean, you seen No Jumper in the indictment, do you, like, if that was me, I would be like, all right, certain conversations. No, I ain't free for none. Certain conversations.
My thing is, I've never wanted Brick to come on the podcast and say some federal ass shit that can get him in trouble. I feel like
Would
sometimes.
you change the thing? That's what I'm asking. Would you change? Like, if I see my name there saying my conversations that I facilitated on my platform basically corroborated these crimes that's locking up somebody I call my mans, I'm going to say for future episodes, yo, listen. And that's what I thought you were doing even when you went to Chicago, because they're not your mans. You know what I mean? But this is your backyard. You don't see me doing shit. I live in New Jersey. I don't do shit on New Jersey now.
I went to Chicago to hang out with friends, for the record. But either way, all I'm saying is that almost every time I've been on camera with Brick is live. And number two is I never instructed him to talk about certain situations. Like, him and Luce, people like that, they get on camera and they start kind of like one-upping each other, and there's stuff they want to say, and they don't really have the control to not say it.
The conversation I'm saying, because we're platform owners, if
right
now I get somebody from Southside Chicago, and I tell him that I'm going to give him a position that he could be on my show or be with me on a podcast, bro, he might tell me his homie smoked somebody. Again, I'm not saying these are kids, so I'm never going to say word to be blamed, but when you see some shit, and I think Brick is your friend. Yeah. Like, I've heard you say when you go out, you have Brick with you, and it's like he's holding you down. That's like your man. If my mans go to jail, like my friend, if my friend go to jail, I'm going to say, I'm not going to say, oh, I did it, but I'm going to be like, yo, you know what? I know how this platform shit works. For future things, I'm not saying you can control people, because you're right, it's online. But I'm going to steer conversations away from this. That's all I'm saying. Just steer conversations. I think Vlad is taking accountability in the sense of...
No, we don't.
No. Vlad, no, he said he don't ask about open cases. Am I wrong?
Oh, shit. Say it one more time.
Boosie's your mans.
Yeah.
I talked to you, and again, it's a private conversation, but I don't think it's that great. You're not going to... You interviewed him again.
Yeah.
You're not going to say, yo, Boosie, man, this is what I heard about your open case, man.
Yeah, right.
It's your man's. It's your man's. You're not going to do that.
That's a different context. I'm very careful with the word.
Brick is his man's. If a host, he hires gang members to get on these mics.
He's not the one. He's not the one going at Brick.
Remo, and you got my man Trapco who comes here when he wants. Like, most of the people who come here are gang members. Yo, you got, what's the dude? There's a buff nigga that comes here who's a squabbler. Like, he'd just be like, Extra? That's the name? I love watching him. Again,
son, wildin'.
If he's your man, we are 10 plus years into this.
I have had these conversations. Believe it or not, I've had these conversations with Brick, etc. I've told them that they don't need to talk about this shit. When they do that, it is very much of their own volition.
I still want to get this.
Nobody can find me a clip of me leading Brick Baby to talk about that.
I would never blame us. But we gotta.
You're throwing me, bro.
Go ahead.
If dude knows he got some skeletons.
Whack, you're smarter than them.
That's my point.
Yo, when you're dealing
with me.
Man, I did it last night at work. I'm training a bunch of guys, and the first thing I tell them is there's cameras through this whole building. Don't do nothing stupid.
Okay, so you're telling me I just supposed to let
The only thing I can tell them, because I know they're not going to be able to control their self-urges as young men. So the first thing I could do to teach them anything is have self-control. You're under surveillance.
You guys, we are up, you could tell what something's good. Like, these days when we do content, like even we're doing this thing, I know Adam is right now clipping this up. He's like, this is a big clip right here.
You gotta be able to do that.
Yeah. Exactly.
3 hours in, I'm not thinking about that, though, for the record.
When you have someone like Brick on here, I guarantee Brick probably, and again, it's not your fault, but if it's your man's, you got to start looking out for him, right? If it's your man, first come over here,
you never know who's Adam, man, because Adam will sacrifice his best friend and his granny.
That extends outside of what the public knows. Number one, the comments love it, and that gives an uptick in the podcast.
Can't say his wife, because he did that already.
Rewarded, and that makes me look like because he wasn't a good podcaster at first.
But from my perspective, the stuff that has moved the needle with Brick is not him self-snitching. It's just him having a very well-versed, realistic perspective on street shit.
Bro!
What's the viral clip that Brick had talking about his own drama? It's always about him just giving a real perspective on other people's shit.
I don't know, because when I interviewed him, the stories about himself,
CW4, Lil Durk, Lil Pop,
or whoever else.
Right, you're right.
I think
but I never felt like he did anything to incriminate himself in those conversations.
Yeah,
I never heard him say anything that made me think he was involved with that shit in any way.
You're playing 3D chess.
It's just him commenting on it.
Yo, I want to tell everybody, y'all street niggas, stop coming online. This is why I think you play the shadows. I see this play from my way. Hold on, but here's the thing.
Yeah, I see this play from my way, baby. I'm like, you gotta be intelligent or something. You gotta tell your peers Teach them
He's seen your voice
things
get
and
bigger,
give them.
which that's a problem.
You gotta give them the think tank. Like, they don't want to let niggas brainstorm them, but they just want to go straight into give me your idea. Bro, that's a brainstorm. That's a rough draft. That ain't the final, bro. You know it takes a couple phases because they made us do that in college for a reason. Refresh for the best. Like, what are you talking about?
I think First Baby was supposed to either, debunk that, whatever the case is.
He tried, he lied, but guess what? The paperwork came out. We got the work. We got the work. I don't create narrative. You want to see me create a real narrative?
Yo, whack.
Are you picking on me?
I'm trying to
create a real narrative.
I'm trying to say.
Big U was his son's baby mama.
Yo, the only person I don't think street dudes, and Flacco said this point too.
Hold on, wait.
Whoa.
You called in here playing with my name, saying I'm lying?
No, I'm just saying that's crazy.
Bro, when you crashed out with that?
I don't know anything. This is the first I've heard of it.
What?
Baby mama. We got the content.
She told you?
You talked to her.
Why was she fucking Big U?
You talked to her.
Okay.
She called in last week, remember?
That was that, okay.
Remember she was on the phone with 600? We got 2 hours of content.
Right.
This is a fact.
Yo, whack, it's not fair, man.
You want to bet?
No.
Want to put a bet? Somebody want to bet?
No, I think you got it. Of course I think.
Do you want to bet?
He's like, I believe content.
I felt bad for
He's a sleaze bag.
I felt bad for Luke Cannon when I remember
600,
that
drop
interview.
the content.
And you know it too. When Wack got Loose Cannon, some Snoopy badass, and Wack does the. So you telling me?
Yeah, it's overwhelming when you hear that. It's a lineup.
It's so crazy.
It's so crazy you can't see that lineup.
That's the reason why Snoopy badass, like, he didn't realize it was getting lined up till, like,
after
he went back
done.
home and niggas seen, like, what the?
I don't
How
know
you
how he
didn't see
didn't know
that,
what was
nigga?
happening in that moment.
He's lining, bro.
Why you keep
You were saying that you told me.
You saying like people from the streets is stupid or something.
Yo, because here's the thing. Here's the thing.
They not
Here's the thing.
doing that,
Wack,
bro.
you're the only street nigga that can keep up with me on the mic. That's a fact. I would talk circles around anyone if we have to get to an intellectual conversation. You damn well know these niggas is stupid. You know they stupid.
I'm not gonna call them stupid.
You know they stupid.
We got hey yo 600.
Yo, Wack.
You want me to bring her in?
Bring what?
The baby mama. I can bring her in.
Yo, Wack.
Wack gotta stop
all
it,
angles
so.
on this.
Yo, Wack. I knew you was diabolical when you told that nigga Rockstar to say, if that shit had happened to me, what you should have did was go.
They probably got a shorty in backstage queued up to play a shorty.
You know what I mean? You a crip, right?
Whatever shorty we get right now gonna have to be the shorty because nobody not gonna know who the real shorty is off of that.
And he
They
sat there and
playing
listened to that
content bad.
and didn't say, what the fuck are you talking? He actually thought about it. I'm like,
And for the
yo,
record,
Wack is convincing this nigga to crash out.
no, I'm
If
not.
I could convince my enemies to
Hold on,
crash out, that's
bro.
great.
Hey, bro. That's not convincing. That's reminding the person what the rules are when you sign up for this unorthodox.
Wack, you wouldn't do that.
What?
Wack, you're not doing that. Wack, you have kids, you're up millions of dollars. If someone had a, okay, all right, and I hate to bring it up. Hold on, I hate to bring it up. When the whole thing that happened, when they claimed I rolled out, some guy tried to step you over Nipsey. You didn't shut rolling out down.
I was right there.
Hold on,
Were you there?
Bozo. The nigga ran.
Alright, but you could have shut it down.
But what did he actually do to you?
He swung and missed and ran.
Okay.
This the great Rick Rock told you that when we brought Rick Rock in here.
Okay.
Rick Rock was right there, right? If you go look at that episode, he said I was right there. Dude swung, missed, and ran. This is when I knew they hated me. Any nigga that swing, miss, and runs, you don't praise the nigga running. He ran.
Oh no, they hate you. Well, that's why I don't like how you get my man trapped because the reason why
I'm trying to entrapment is crazy.
Trap gonna stand this place.
The
We on the
reason
West
why
Coast, bro. We are on the West Coast.
the reason why
We
your name
don't
jumps
play
off the
the
page.
little game, huh?
The reason why your name jumps off the page when people are looking through the indictment is like they're like, oh, these niggas like your name comes up so much in how much they hate you that's like newsworthy, right? Now, if he had a context to say Wack was lying,
You telling me? Okay, well listen, Big U was fucking his son,
bruh,
Jamari.
What?
Baby U is baby mama.
Okay. I'm glad that sentence.
Hold on, and let me put a little more to it.
y'all about to get cease and desist.
No, we not, because we got the content. We gonna bring her out to work. Let me put a little more on it.
Adam's not doing that.
And
Adam,
we're
you bringing that? You know that?
Watch this.
Y'all in L.A.
No, we bring her on.
When I leave, I'm leaving them all. I'm
Check
out
this
of here.
out. Check this
worry
out.
about none.
Not only was he having sex with his baby mama, y'all ready for this? We're not talking about when she became the baby mama.
You gotta tell the story on
He
Black.
was also doing it when she was babysitting baby Huey. So she
Black,
was
you let the
16.
story run.
This is a fact.
Use your man. Big use your man.
Yo, Vlad,
Why did I knew that this was finna lead up to the fact that she was underage when it started? But he dead to line it all the way up to where it started, it went, and it go. Well, you know they gotta do something when they ain't got nobody around. As soon as they get along, they get to going for the first doggy bone. It's in their nature. Well, I ain't worried about it. I'm knowing.
You know she called in last week. Anytime somebody's on the phone with one of us and calls in while I'm on no jumper, you know we got the content.
We got the work.
Got to work.
Only thing I don't like what Wack is doing, I get it. Like, all your, all your street ops, you have realized that. Here's the thing. The LA scene of gangsters all want to get to podcasting because that's where they're seeing money at, and they're seeing how Wack is dominating that, even though I don't think Wack gives a fuck about making money off of that.
But okay, as part of the overall narrative, a lot of people are looking at LA like the most obvious example of a gang subculture community, etc., that has basically been taken over by podcasting, in which everybody's just sort of telling on each other, and they're looking at this current Rico as basically the
Finally, line that shit all the way up, buddy. But who? Okay, I ain't gonna lie. That's for the first one. For the first time, I feel like they did talk themselves into this for content. All they kept saying was content, and I'm like, this is so snitching at its finest. I have never seen snitching like this ever. It was in real time. Like every day, I watched this, all of that, and I watched everything come true the next day. It was going to jail right after each podcast they dropped. At that point,
it is no jumper.
Thank you.
The thing is, I thought y'all niggas was capping because I'm like, how nobody catching no phase? I'm not seeing nothing happening.
Right. Nobody was catching no phase.
Let's
talk
talk
me.
and more action.
I said, why they not boxing? I thought like Loose Cannon talking about something he gonna get down. Big homie like, yep, they definitely baptized because this ain't really what it is. This is really TV. So I realized at that point,
After the indictment drop, I'm like, oh shit,
something else going on.
Schedule. I'm like, now I want to tap in even more.
They lining people up to start fighting, and there ain't nobody fighting when it's really the real part to be played. If people thinking fighting is gonna solve it, they crazy. Arguing, crazy. Vengeance, revenge, crazy. Now let me tell you, you can get it. It's easy. It's about 152 ways on the page in the back of a book. But what I'm saying is, to believe you can do it and not get caught is crazy. I ain't never met nobody that ain't got caught. So I done met all the people that didn't did it.
At all. It's stupid. Now, if you doing dirt in the streets, then you shouldn't be here. And if you are here, you should find your alter ego and become them while you're here. You shouldn't be that guy that's doing the dirt in the streets. So you're not going to water down my coast like that.
Yeah. And I see 4 extras come up here and get locked up like every week after he does a podcast.
That's what stuff he does outside here, for the record.
I have a boy out here on the West Coast.
No, I'm totally done.
But he never talks about doing anything illegal in the streets, even though anybody who's looked into his record knows he's been a part of some crazy shit.
Did not listen to White for the first time. I appreciate that. That's why I'm so happy they all on the thing. I don't hear Vlad. I don't hear Trap Lord because they over here collecting side content for their own page on why they sat in these interviews and didn't say nothing. They the DEA, not let me tell you.
Don't even know how to find your page.
Okay. Vlad's taking off.
Vlad.
Hey, this
See,
is a
look, I spoke it up.
podcast. You and him both sponsored, huh?
He's not saying that.
You like that? First time I've actually seen Vlad on the West Coast. We're East Coast linkers. We went out to dinner last time.
He feels more comfortable out here. That's why he got his hair tied back.
Yo, I think Vlad is like in between us three. Like, you're closer. I think you're definitely closer with Vlad. You're closer with me. I'm closer with him than I'm closer with you.
I probably talk to him more than you.
Oh, yeah. We went out to dinner. Like, Vlad's a man.
Yeah. I think this is so dope how everyone comes together and no one's competing.
Right.
The only person that admit he's Jewish in the whole room. That's why he's the most quiet.
We've all been supportive.
That's a fact.
Yeah, because we don't got information.
While all the radio personalities and all the corporate stooges are like at war with each other and us. They all hate us because we're basically doing a way better job independently of what they want to be doing.
Adam, have you thought about this? Like, Hot 97, Power 5, like radio beef.
God, to work for those guys.
Everybody, like, I see you guys with 16,000 viewers. Lit.
Bro called his competition and employees independent
stooges. We're all all here like,
Bro,
yo,
Stooges
let's get in
is
on
wild.
this. Yeah.
Only Stooges I know are the 3. And that ain't the best bunch to be a part of. I don't care which Stooge you is.
Yeah, man, but this is dope,
They
man.
just not the
You know,
brightest bunch.
No, when I seen Loose Cannon up here, we hadn't even talked, right? But I didn't hate. You know what I did? I called in and added to it. The numbers jumped. Like this is my home, so I'm not gonna like I'm reading the comments. Adam has whack punching at the air. No, you don't. I'm gonna do my part.
Hey, Wack
Call in and add to it.
Wack
I heard
was
about this.
interviewing Reggie Wright Jr.
Yeah.
He just popped up at the end.
He did the Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh, he was freaking shit.
I'm glad they spoke on Reggie Wright. I wanted somebody to speak on the fact that Reggie Wright was posting that same image of Lucius Cannon being raided, but he really wasn't being raided. He clickbaited everybody thinking he was getting arrested, but it really wasn't him. It was Luce. But he was showing it on his channel. Why was he showing it simultaneously and you know, lying to you just clickbait because he feel like people clickbait him? And then they literally got him mad views because of it. So it's like he ultimately helped his page get views, soliciting a fake image of what was literally going on in quote unquote California. Like, nobody's gonna speak on this, but I swear on my soul I saw it. I was looking at Reggie the night before I came on. Reggie on there, somebody dropping some information about going to jail about himself, man. It's literally the video that Loose Cannon girl post. How is that on your page, Reggie?
Put hands on him and doesn't realize like
Podcasters work together for their
like
information.
having access to.
They better than the news
Has he been like one
podcasters.
of your biggest guests
They
recently?
create the image.
Like I watch your.
Yo, I enjoy interviewing with Black. That's real talk. And whenever he calls me, I adjust and I get there and it's real smooth.
But like this,
You know what I mean?
Adam and Wax show, right? There's something gonna go on. He's like, yo, bro, you streaming tonight? He's gonna call in on my shit. I'm gonna go listen to him on your show doing
I
segments.
brought Trap the
And
Club
a few
out.
months later, he's going to do the documentary about it.
Hey,
I'm with you, Trap. I just had to put a little heat to it.
Me and Vlad just did like 5.5 hours of content, so yeah. All right, bro. Appreciate you, dog, for real. What do you want, Heath?
Yes, sir. Yo, when you dropping the yay?
I mean, you want to just get the photo of us all sitting in place?
When you dropping the yay
as soon as I'm
content?
back on the East Coast,
After you drop the yay content, I need you to come on
Crazy,
there.
I start watching academic stuff.
Clubhouse, of course.
After you drop that,
Appreciate you working around, Vlad.
I need to come on that.
Hey, you didn't
Not
drop-
before, because they're going to ask you all the questions. I wouldn't want you to drop it.
You know what? When does this come out?
Sunday.
Okay.
At noon.
You know what? I definitely give you credit for, and this is what people don't realize. That Hunter side is like maybe like you have what I created with the chat niggas. We're like people like you create like the super team of people coming to you with info exclusively. Like half of the stuff that I break these days, like my team told me. Just like
Oh, bro, that's what they don't know. You gotta have that
Shout out to my squad.
Yo, you got
squad. That squad is gonna be
Shout out to the
that
other side of the
key
trenches, man.
without no typing. You just be like hit them with the drop. The drop's dropping. That's why I be laughing when Wack be like, so you gonna tell me he got the team lining up to put all that paper out right now? Go through me to catch your paper.
Shit, we gonna figure it out. I had some rappers tapping in with me, telling me that they want to help out as well.
50? Oh, he said.
Listen.
That nigga ain't worth that. Oh, hell
Listen.
no.
No, okay, I will
Bad
tell you
economy.
this. I will tell you this. I made a call from Loose Cannon.
Yeah.
My attorney, Alex Kessel, you know about him. You watched me beat all them Blueface cases.
Yeah.
Top 3 attorneys in L.A. Right?
You put him on it?
I called him, and I told him I got a few dudes. I was thinking you may want to do something. The going rate for a RICO trial is probably 175 to something. Yeah, he told, because it's a RICO trial, right? He told me, for me, it was my people, he'd put a cap at 100, and all he wanted is 50 up front.
That's actually
That's
a
love.
God damn, that's
And
a lot
that's
of
it.
money.
You got to
And
commit
you
100.
crazy if you don't think Wack getting a slice of that
The extent
50
to which I do not have a
for
spare
the
100
referral.
bands is
Boy,
crazy.
you be fucking hoes. Like, you fucking mad at hoes. Like,
Let it cost, yeah.
come on, man.
Nobody, Adam.
Right there.
I don't have a spare 100 man.
You gonna bring some loyalty. I got to imagine
No,
when
you see
you're
Wack
going down there,
working.
Brick got the thing on him, and he's like, yo, somebody
Rick
fuck.
Ross
Yeah,
got
Never
the
done
thing
that.
on
That's
him.
never been a thing.
See, you talking that shit about line and order stuff, people are, and you say some bogus shit like
Nah,
that.
if my man
Rick
hold me
don't
down,
never had a thing on him.
I've never seen Brick with a
Type
gun.
of shit get a nigga face at all
What are you
times.
talking about right now, eh?
Yo, Wack put these niggas in jail and act like, yo, they're innocent.
I put him in jail.
Wack told us everything. He got a gun case. He got the thing in his house. AK-40. Nigga, it. Yo, Wack, you see what you're posting?
Hold on. Okay.
You know I'm a gun collector. I'm like, yo, I don't even got this shit.
Put it up what I posted.
I said,
Did you see what I posted?
Yeah, how you
Bro, like I collect all type of shit.
Nah,
Niggas
Wack,
hit.
you something else.
Yeah, I thought I was bad, bro. Like, these niggas is bad. Niggas be having info on info. 7 to 9 phones with information on motherfuckers. Not released. Waiting on the day to hit a nigga. Whole situation. GTA recreate their lifestyle. Wasted. GTA love.
Who identifies the date?
You've been telling us about this gun for 3 years, bro.
Crazy, right?
Yo, Wack,
Rick talked about it
Bro,
yo, how the hell Wack
for a situation I'm in right now, how can I
You wrote it down.
I just knew he had a child.
yoke? Try to yoke his
And
ass.
Big U, for the record, I'ma say it.
The DNA's found.
Big U was blackmailing Brick Baby.
Oh, my
He was
God.
like,
But
what?
Lou said that. Lou said that
This a
the
fact.
night
Lou ain't
before
lying.
they got locked up. Lou said that to Brick
Luke
Baby.
ain't lying. And if you read what's coming out, they say we now have a video of a shooting. He was blackmailing him with that.
I'm probably the only person online who shares every single
I can believe
one
that
of my
because I'm
trades
like,
completely for free.
I've never met a
I live
bald head
stream
black
on
nigga
Twitch,
that you should
YouTube,
work with that's
TikTok,
trustworthy.
and more.
Like them niggas
This
are
week
doing stuff to
alone, I've
get
won
ahead
18 out
and
of
use
20
the edge
trades.
or something
A 90%
type of
success.
leverage wise that is not on your side or something. Somewhere or another. Like, you ain't even gotta ask yourself. You just gotta look at the stakes of whatever deal you deal with them, whatever. It's gonna be some weird imbalance. And you're like, this nigga was playing the field, just the leverage that he built. It could have went 100 your way, 0 theirs. They found a way into the barrel.
We don't have to keep sitting on this. Let's bring it in. So again, these are like loose, like kind of like theories, but shit. I ain't gonna lie. I definitely think Wack tipped off Big U, and they're like, they probably were surveilling him, and the reason why they didn't pick him up that day, he started moving very different because what Wack said, and they said, this nigga finna run.
Yeah.
And if he's the main nigga in this and he runs,
Oh
it ain't
my
gonna be good.
sweet
So
baby
they said,
bomb
let's
bomb.
drop this shit now because Wack keeps saying Wack is announcing 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, he OD'ing. Like, he always OD'd. It makes you feel like you can't pull the trigger because he pump faking all day.
Who was doing that?
When does that happen?
Never.
600.
Never.
The other side, listen.
Then they put both of them niggas on the list of being police. The craziest part is nobody gonna talk about the fact that they calling everybody in this situation police. They're saying Wack, Trap Lord, Vlad. They're saying the whole podcasting game is the police. And we ain't even gonna ask why they don't got 1090 Jake, because 1090 Jake. Yo, I don't know nobody that don't understand why 1090 Jake the big is on his own. He ain't in here, but that's the only other person I feel like they have it. They should be 7. I think it would have been an imbalance though, because there's been 3, 4 white guys versus them. They probably got a 4 big black guy that would want to throw black people under the bus to go to jail. Because the amount of black people going to jail, no matter what they talking about, is insane. And it's 3 black guys a part of the process that they're trying to state. They got them on camera.
You gotta remember, the
So
parents.
it's a picture being painted. That's why I see Vlad definitely got up out of the. Vlad, like, I can't keep sitting in this. It's dumbing him down. He's bored already. He doesn't even know why he's there. They trying to prove their innocence. Beg for a reason not to go to jail at this point.
Now guess what?
They trying to get out of jail free cards. They don't care about even themselves at that point. Dignity on doodoo.
With a lady saying, don't say anything. Police don't want nobody to say nothing. Then what would they have been saying to me? And I didn't say nothing.
Well, why couldn't you tell him privately?
I did.
You did, though.
I texted his wife.
All right, but you leave it privately, and if they don't want to move on,
They didn't respond.
like,
Why go publicly with it, though?
Yeah, you go publicly.
Why go public with it?
For one word. It's content.
Damn, he fouled.
Wack, man, I don't know why niggas
Yeah, that's
want-
nigga the devil in the details.
Hold on.
Oh, I'll give you the information, but I'm just not gonna tell you that I might profit off of posting this to prove that I didn't have nothing to do with it. It's the 1% of that 990, that 990, the 999. That 0.00.00.001% got weight the biggest, because it's the only way it's gonna be 100 if you add it. You miss that, you ain't gonna never eat the brick.
Gangster.
Yeah,
I was
that's
by
a bit.
myself. Let you know how gangster he ain't. I had 3 people. Boom, boom, boom. But my first line of defense is me. So if I can deal with it the way I'm going to deal with it, great. But when it would have started, he you know what happens when you're running into it? You're ambushing yourself. You can't run back my way. So he thought I was what? By myself.
Hey, that's what it
If
said.
I
That's
know,
what he said.
listen, if I know I got a team right there, you think I'm going to be acting as if I'm in fear? I have a team right there that he don't know. Yeah, he thought, he said, I was by myself. You heard what I told him. Get to it. But he didn't know my team was right behind him. He had no idea, right? He lays a bad leader. He led his people into an ambush.
Hey, we're going to squash you and Drake beef, man.
I don't got no... the fact that Drake...
Did you talk to him about it?
Until Drake... Bro, did he say I'm the police? I ain't never said that. Well, that's what Adam said.
Oh, that's Adam. Adam's gossiping.
I didn't say that exactly.
That's
He
crazy. Y'all
he
grown.
was curious what the plan was for the audio of him being involved in a hit.
Did I ever say that? Did I ever say Drake was involved in a hit? Did I ever I never mentioned nothing like that. I said Drake needs to get away from this dude before he around and have him in some bullshit.
Well, Top Five's a good guy.
No, he ain't.
What?
He's a little coward, my nigga.
And why you going on Charleston White about the 16-year-old snitching video, man? Like, bro, you been telling us you're a snitch.
No. When we went in on... No.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
No. Check this out. We got the paperwork. We got the content.
We got the
Yeah, boy.
You know that every time, for one, he had a movement, kill the cops, kill the white people, rape the white women, all this, right?
He said that was a character.
That was
did that. He told him
crazy to say, because I don't know what allowed them to still be able to push that, but
in their motherfucking
that's the white woman out there, Karen.
and says, I'm in fear of my life, don't let them go. Right now today, every time they go to board. Them two brothers that's been in there 33 years. He goes, every time they go up the board, they won't let him go. The only thing stopping him is him. He goes to board and says, I'm in fear of my life, don't let him go.
Well, Charleston said he also told on Brick Baby, too, right? He said he the reason the feds on Brick Baby.
And he capped.
That's bullshit.
He capped.
They got way more shit than that. How we feeling about this giant Yellow Beezy news that just dropped?
That's
right. If there wasn't so much other shit going on, we would be solely focused in on how crazy
you gotta
that is.
remember, Yellow Beezy's part of the Rolling 60s.
We gotta look out for Jet Li.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, I keep saying it. Once you put the Crips to the point of the cases, you be like, that type of shit.
I think I seen Yellow Beezy like pop out on, I think it was a joint episode with the...
That's crazy, though.
Hey, listen, if there's a murder committed, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't see Yo Gotti dumb long. And I like, bro, stay low.
Gotti out the way.
No, and here's the thing.
I just seen him at the iHeart Awards.
I'm not intimating or anything or insinuating anything, but what I'm saying is that you know the police aren't stupid. Like, they when it comes to rap, they're always saying, that's the guy who did the hit, but there's a nigga who paid for the hit, or there's a guy who set it up. And
this is why actors is the #1 fear.
Well, you know, he went down.
Because when he says it, he yells it.
I'm good, bro. Whoever that dude is that went to jail for gunning that motor on the freeway, gotta be involved in identifying Yellow Beezy.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie,
that's
Justin
another
Johnson
thing I was
keeping
saying.
it solid, though. That's a nigga the dog. That nigga, yo, it came time to his defense. They said, we have no defense. I was like, wow.
Say Cheese just did a post with these are the two men who were originally charged with shooting Mo 3 on the highway in 2020. Records showed numerous calls between these two the day before and day of the shooting. Cell phone data placed them in the area of the location Mo 3 stayed the night before the shooting near the scene. So they got the picture of the two guys, but they're basically suggesting that Yellow Beezy might have paid them to take care of this.
Yeah, I think that was some quote from...
And by the way, hey, listen, I have a hunch, and I think I'll be able to bet. I don't know about with the Big U situation. Yellow Beezy knew there was on his ass. Like, there's a lot of rappers who do shit, and they realize shit start looking a little bit different for them, because either the fans start, like, they see something happen, just like how you said, wait, they called an AK-47, ain't no charge? Wait, hold on, that don't sound right. They realize that there's a larger investigation, especially when you're a bigger name, and it might take a while. Like, I've seen a lot of artists, I won't say no name, they move different. They're moving so cautious and paranoid. Some of these artists, I don't even know what they're into. But I don't know either near or there. You know what I mean?
He used to talk about a lot more street shit in his music, and even went so far as to change the name of his crew or whatever label because. And shit, that press conference that one cop did really made us confident. We thought that indictment was coming down on Lil Baby that week. He's still. Remember when the cop did the press conference about him?
Oh, recently, yeah.
That was insane.
I feel like they're gonna. I feel like they're gonna do it. Not even just because if they could build a case, put a case on Lil Baby, because I think in Atlanta they're super disappointed they didn't get fucked the way they wanted to.
Lil Baby ain't doing nothing for them to put a case on him.
But baby,
we just want to see us so you can talk about it.
No, not even. I feel like having researched into like how the Atlanta DA like
what
really.
What the Atlanta DA got to do with Lil Baby? Lil Baby give back to the community.
No, but what I'm saying is
take care of his people, bro.
No, but I'm saying they want to try and take him out for the publicity.
Huh?
Because they've been saying that you said that they made a public statement after that shooting, blaming it on Lil Baby. So they clearly have it out for him. That's what I'm saying.
I want to just put it on it.
It's always 10 different people
you start
that want to put some work in that hood, bro. Just because Lil Baby was over there 2 days prior and something happened, Lil Baby ain't that dumb to have somebody double back. They know they're going to say it's him. But you know what happened? Them dudes that got into it with him 3 weeks ago say, let's go do it now because they're going to think it's him.
Yeah, but think about what we just said.
He been doing his thing, bro.
Think about what we said with Big U, though.
Taking care of his family. Big U ain't Lil Baby.
No. You're not getting what I'm
talking about right now.
The ancillary people, right? When you say the loose cannon shit don't got nothing to do with that shit. When you purport to be around a bunch of people, they're claiming one thing. Sometimes you might have cut them off.
Lil Baby ain't around a bunch of people like that.
I'm not talking about him necessarily. I'm saying anybody. But I do see artists, and there's certain people, like even and I speak to them sometimes, and I realize their demeanor is much different, and it's like, again, I don't think Yellow Beezy is like, oh, what? Y'all call me? I think he knew for a little while. He probably was laying low, trying to move a little bit different.
To be fair, Yellow Beezy never said shit about the MO3 thing. There's even a clip I just saw going viral on Twitter of me asking him about it in an old interview, and it gets kind of awkward. He doesn't say anything about it. I don't know what I said, but I was trying to ask him about it just because you got to ask him about it. He didn't say shit. He's been a lot better at committing crimes. Because it's a big story that he's involved in. You don't remember?
A murder for hire essentially is easier to conceal than a RICO, right? Because, like, for example, think about
who's charging them, state or feds?
State. But think about, like, in Atlanta, right? When you hear crime, like, especially they got this page called News Made It. I'll go on there, they'll be like, yo, this is the man that's down with 4L. He's doing this. Like, they then use what these rappers are claiming as their group. As, oh, these are gangs, and then they cover the crimes that these guys do probably isolated. This nigga is beefing with his other nigga because his baby moms. He got nothing to do with the rapper. So now we see the nigga in the club, he slap him, he shoot him. You know what they're gonna say? Well, you know, I don't name someone else. Like whatever gang guy shot this person, and then of course an overzealous prosecutor is gonna say, well, you did that in furtherance of the gang. You didn't do that because he's fucking your baby mama. You did that because you're this gang member in this gang. And then you know who's the head guy? The guy who's funded and financed. Then they come pick people up. And I think people are realizing, you know, I hope, you know, for the rappers, I'm just saying rappers have changed their ways. Some of them. I've seen some of them, they're moving different. They see what Thug go through, and they're like, I'm good. You know what I mean? You see Bobby, like, I mean, he obviously went to jail. But I'm hoping there's not much more things like this coming out.
No.
LA, I go respectfully to LA. I think a lot of what I was seeing with LA, it felt impervious to RICOs. You see New York, let me tell you, a rapper start throwing up some sign, oh, it's OY, yo, blah, 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 this.
They on it.
RICO, literally in about 9 months. Yeah. Like, they're not even giving it that much of a chance.
Right, they wasn't giving it that much. I'm a 9 months, shit, like 3 to 6. Where I'm from, nigga, you ain't even got 3 weeks to try to just throw up something that claims you something. They be kicking your mama dough in the night. You better not go to sleep. You beef with the laws. Laws don't like what? I don't know. I think I was raised too close to where slavery still was a thing, and they were just like watching. You got to watch for them, period, because they come to get you and everything. You got, like, hey, you better leave it. Yeah, you got to watch for them anyway.
But we've been hearing on the West Coast, set, they wearing colors. They're not podcasting and doing it. And we never see, we do see RICOs at times, but we're not seeing these infamous RICO cases. This is really like the first one. That connects to the hip hop.
Nah, they saying something. Cause they saying something, bro. Y'all just got people arrested from coming on all y'all shows. Say how it is, and it's never been done. YouTube got a lot of people arrested. They are now the CIA's #1. I can't help but laugh. Sometimes, yeah. Like they #1 handy too, because it's like you can't not be that crazy and not think that you had to just subscribe to you yourself set up.
You seen that, right?
Adrian Broner, he's told, bro. Stop, bro.
Come on now, you talk about everything else. Talk.
No, but
He
hit them for $6 million on the dice game.
And he said they came over there.
He gotta go to Houston.
He said they came over there and pressed him.
Yo, if he hit niggas for $6 million on the dice game, why don't you go to Houston?
I don't know if that's him telling or if it was on a wiretap them discussing that happened.
Well, won't you pull it up? Pull everything else up.
But let me ask you.
Over there with Papa Smoke hair, blue at the tips, goddamn cellophane tips.
Can you scroll down the topics a little bit?
Did you move to the U.S. yet?
Yeah, I'll be out here.
You said I'll be here like you know Trump might try to get his ass. Like, I don't know. He's like, I'll be here. You got a work visa?
I'm kind of skeptical about pulling you in any
I got a visa. You got a work visa.
I got a visa for my special talent.
He can do 6 months, right?
He's like an Indian program.
I ain't gonna lie. The way Trump moving, people think he only trying to get Mexicans. He get everybody.
Trump got like 50,000. You seen he just leased a jail in like Ohio or something?
Yo, he was trying to send niggas to like Nicaragua, man.
Yeah, lease in the jail.
So he did.
Put a lease on the jail.
No. What do you think Dirk
He's gonna get niggas wound up.
Dirt?
Yeah. Project.
60. No more than 60.
That's 45 50.
40 to 60.
That's 45 to 50.
I think now everybody's about to realize what the power of using the N-word really is. Using the N-word is a liable situation. Acting black, listening to black music, all of that jazz. Talking like black people will get you arrested anyway. All of the reason, and they're not gonna care about what you think until you're trying to figure out how to get out of this. Once you get in there, have to be who you have to be to get up out of there. If that ain't the same person he was that could have stopped you from getting in there, it ain't gonna matter. That's why I said they trick people out of their spot, allowing people to be like N-word, 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 N-word. Everybody use N-words, call them N-words, be racist, come to this country, ha ha ha. They set people up with America as a whole, and they use black people to do it. And that's why I said, one thing I can't be mad is anybody that got caught up for playing like they was something they wasn't. That's how you get stuck in America in the jail cell. Being black and you not. Like, if you're not black and you portraying it, and I don't care if that means you're black and you're really not black. Like, yo, if you know you're not living like that, stop living like that. Fact. They way weird.
They posted a screenshot of a DM conversation allegedly between Mimo and Lil Durk, where Lil Durk says some shit like, oh, that's that Whack 100 shit. Like, he was basically talking about it, but it got deleted out the Reddit. It's not on Mimo's story. You would think that Mimo wouldn't want to be posting anything
at all.
Shout out Lil Durk. And shout out to my new partner, Burner Boy.
Damn, what you mean?
We got a partnership. He's our ambassador for Incredible Diapers in Nigeria.
Oh my God, that's good.
Yeah, so that completes the team. We got Floyd Mayweather, Nick Cannon, Burner Boy.
I'm wearing one right now.
Right, naturally, we got the team, Steve Marcano, R&B, my man Sam, my man Zachariah.
Sick,
yeah, like we just got here in 2 days.
How do you feel about your DMs with Drake being leaked to the world?
My DMs were never leaked.
There's a lot of people posting DMs.
I don't know why they leaked.
I was saying some weird shit, bro. I wasn't gonna say that. You my brother, no.
A lot of it's brand, but some of
why would you compare briefs?
No, what? That's crazy.
The DMs talking about, yo, what style and what type of briefs.
First of all,
no, for real, we want to know now. I mean,
number one, my DMs were never leaked with the boy.
That ain't true?
No, but even then, anybody who I'm associated with, shout out to my man Grant, you know what I mean? As my man Soulja Boy said, man, I should say, yeah, that's fake. Fake.
So that's fake, you comparing, asking, what kind of briefs and what style? No cut alone.
Okay, you seemed like it's not Drake saying a whole lot, but it does give you a window into what Drake receiving information from his various moles, you included, and Grand also being part of it, where basically
there's no messing with me and Drake. This is great. This is
a lot of the ones I saw were your icon from your Instagram.
No, that's me and Drake.
Oh, okay.
That's me and Drake.
Oh, all right.
Well,
That makes sense, because why would they have access to
You was acting grand about the breaks.
That's
like,
crazy.
I was clowning yes, Juice.
Okay, that's what
I ain't gonna lie.
At 26, just make sure at 26 don't show it because grand number in there. I don't want it to leak.
Okay, yeah, definitely we should address that. Yeah.
It's at 26 seconds.
Yeah, we don't need to.
I mean, is there anything that's like that crazy when you would think about like a private
Bro need to
conversation
get a
with
new
somebody?
phone.
One thing that was kind of crazy where Drake kind of alluded that one of his homies was talking to a 14-year-old or some shit.
That was wild.
Okay, so,
Yeah, who was he talking to?
That's crazy. You heard what Kendrick said.
No, he was clowning.
I ain't gonna lie, I've never heard an inflammatory podcast. This is the most inflammatory podcast without saying any inflammatory words I've ever heard.
I didn't hear about this.
Facts.
say it right. And also, I told you, this ain't even been proven to be real, but I'll say this. We have to read it. We have to have some context for what we're reading. If you go to the part of, and I read this, remember again, it's not mine, but it said, I had somebody on a podcast, and they said they were in Miami, and when they were younger than of age, they were talking to a guy that was older of age. The person that was speaking, giving the story, they were of age, but they were saying a previous story about them. So, again, I'm not here to defend nobody, but to incorrectly interpret that, it says Drake was talking to a 14-year-old.
No, he was clowning somebody.
He was clowning somebody.
Man.
I didn't say,
No, DJ Ag know what he did.
Cell block 1 gonna be a problem, bro.
Correct context. Drake, a girl, like, imagine a girl who's 30 saying, imagine a girl who's 30 is on this podcast, be like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when I was 14, I was fucking with a guy who was 25. That's
Oh,
exactly
nah, hell nah. Nope. Great. Oh, nah, hell nah.
So, imagine a woman that's 30 years old.
Allegedly.
So you're telling me if you're talking to a 30-year-old...
She said at 14 she was hitting this, she was hitting...
No. She said... No, she's giving a personal story about some passion. She said she was dealing with a guy that was overage.
Who's the guy?
Nobody knows.
Who cares?
Nobody knows.
Why did you say Drake?
It was in the DMs that...
All in the DMs. What are we talking about, bro? Nah, bro, we ain't gonna mess this up.
No, we gotta find it because this is what y'all do.
Go to the keyboard, hit A minor.
No.
What's going on?
Drake, so the woman who's up
No fucking way.
story that when she was younger, she was with somebody overage, and Drake says to her,
Whack a little too old for this, I'm sorry.
Like, that's what y'all are doing? So Drake was shocked.
Yeah.
So Drake was like, he even says, what?
If you're going to interpret it as anything, it's him taking a stance against it.
Yo,
Where did you get that from? Why is he saying
It's from the DMs that...
because the Kendrick fans who are like delusional suckers
that
on
on the
Twitter.
homie, bro.
No, I said Kendrick fans. I said
Why just couldn't be regular people?
I get it. Boy, they paint a picture. This picture a little too
that
big.
Drake did something, is Kendrick fan me.
No.
Hold control and do the plus sign.
They're on Twitter.
It's on Twitter. Sure.
Yeah,
It's in this video too, right here.
Okay. Alright, slow it down. Keep it going. Okay, good. Keep going. I don't know if this is the one.
Yeah, there's two different videos
this
attached
is not
to this
the one.
tweet. You can hit that arrow to go over to the next one too.
Nah, yeah, that's not the one. Alright, that's the one with me. That's the one with me and
That's
Jones.
yours.
Where I said, yo, the bitch should have shut the fuck up. And I said, because she started, I said one tweet out, I said, he can die. And then she started spiraling. And yeah.
Complex filled with a bunch of woke suckers. You really think that? That's so shocking that you would have an opinion.
I've been telling you that ever since me and Joe left the last real days. They forward about. Listen, and I always told people that they say I was the #1 media personality. That's why I speak my truth when I'm #1. Because when you're not on the list, nobody cares.
Right.
Then there's a whole thing about Cardi super fans were beefing with me because they're saying you said Kendrick was creative directing the album, but that's not true. And I said, Cardi called me the night before, and you know how artists are. He performed the whole album for me. He said, yo, guess who I got on this? When I get on the phone with Cardi, is, I was 14. The man was 25. I was like, what? LOL. And then Grant says, nah. And he says, yo, I gotta get out of Miami. And he thinks, sounds like when he's hearing stories about women who were younger, not now. They're saying when they were younger, they were dealing with men over age. He's saying those stories bother him to the point that, I mean, look at the date.
It sounds like you want to press it.
Yeah, the date is 2023. The year is 2023.
Before the beef and everything.
So essentially, what he's saying is like, yo, clearly he must have had a Miami base, and he's like, yo, there's a lot of free that's happening here. I gotta get out of here. So that's what I was trying to say the context, because, you know what I mean? I've never seen these, you know, Grant has his own relationship. People think I'm weird. Grant has his own relationship with Drake. And, you know, I have my own relationship with Drake, but obviously, we both Drake. And, shit, I read this shit, too, for the first time with everybody, but I realized there's overzealous people that unfortunately would want to paint him as a just because, and in reality, he reacted.
Who wants to paint him as
You literally just said, press the A minor button. Like, these little
He definitely did. He definitely did. That nigga
you don't even know.
ain't
Name a song that his production is based in A minor.
Not like us.
No, it's not.
Shit, this nigga's stupid.
I'm not musically familiar with that sort of stuff.
No, it's not.
I got tired of dude in here rocking his blindfold. I got some too.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you ain't no my man Trap, man.
He said I ain't the one with glasses.
When Trap does a no jump. Reality, he reacted. Drake.
Who wants to paint him as a father?
The world.
They don't.
UMG.
They don't.
You literally just said, press the A minor button. Like, these little phrases, bro.
I'm talking music. What's the fuck else?
You don't even know.
Drake ain't big enough to
Name a song that his production is based in A minor.
Not like us.
No, it's not.
You know what? Oh my. First of all, nigga, what?
Musically familiar with that sort of stuff.
Musically, I wouldn't be willing to be associated with that as the choice of him saying that.
I got some too. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you ain't no my man Trap, man.
He said I ain't the one with glasses.
When Trap does a no jumper documentary, I'm gonna be on. I got popcorn. I'm gonna have some wings, oxtail. This is gonna be great. Yo, it's gonna be like how Wack took down the entire building, and the only people left was him, Remo, and Adam. I ain't trying to take out the building.
Listen, bro. When them dudes caught them charges they caught, I wasn't in the building. I ain't got nothing to do with that. None of that has anything to do with those jumpers.
This is true.
It's just real shit. Like,
They may have appeared on this podcast, but their crimes happen elsewhere, like in the alley.
in jail for has nothing to do with no jumper.
I mean, Forrest is in jail for like hanging out on the corner in his neighborhood.
On an avenue.
Obviously not full extras, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If we look back at Black history since he's become a prominent media figure, all of his ops are dead in jail. And he ain't have to put hands on one of them, and he ain't have to quote unquote tell on one of them. They all sent themselves to jail, or they got took out of here.
But who's dead?
I don't know. I'm just I'm about to say Jay Briggs.
Who's in jail?
Shit. I think Jay Briggs is smart enough not to engage. I think Big U sent Briggs baby up here. He sent a toddler up here to go at a Harvard graduate.
If the Pacoima Pyru video drops, when's that drop?
Bad leader.
And you know what you did? You got all of them in the chain gang.
Hey, is the Pacoima Pyru Rico going to be the sequel to the Rolling 60s Rico?
I couldn't tell you what's going on with them because I'm a baby gangster first.
Oh.
I'm original baby gangster first, so
What does that mean exactly?
that's my clique. Been my clique since 1990. So at the end of the day, you know, it's Pyru first, original baby gangster, then it's PPP. Period. So
you're a
I
hood
don't know
hopper.
what the no, ain't no hood hopper. I don't represent my whole hood.
Oh.
I got his fouls, his rats, his busters, his all that. Within my clique and my circle, we went solid.
How more comfortable did you sleep after you realized couple niggas that wanted me gone is in jail.
That didn't change. What do you mean?
Come on,
Y'all, bro, listen.
Whack, we play dirty. A nigga we don't like, somebody trip him, somebody just he get in a head-on collision while driving. Yo, he get killed. Anything that happened to him, we're just gonna be like, yo, I tweeted this out recently. I said, God handling all my ops. I seen Jess Hilarious. I seen her. She was talking shit about me.
What you mean? What's wrong with Jess?
She was talking shit about me. She hated on me because at first when I seen her, like this is years before, I didn't know. I thought she was transgender. We were in the woke era.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
What?
Jess is beautiful.
Bro, I did.
Yeah,
I guess she's not
firework.
But then after that, she started going in on me like crazy, and I couldn't even get a chance to apologize. So I bet if it's up, it's up. So again, you know what I mean? You know,
You started.
That with a female.
Yo, listen.
I was just gonna say something. That's crazy. This nigga started beating with a chick first. It's
Hilarious
crazy.
gonna come join No Jumper.
You violated
We
her.
will welcome her.
Right. You violated.
She always was sending these pot shots at me, and I was just like,
Like what?
like just always be like, yo, this guy is misogynistic. Yo, this guy's an asshole. He fat.
You are an asshole.
Well, listen. All I know is that she got fired on her day off, and she's the one who got her sub. Yo, you can't have. Imagine you a teacher, and the substitute teacher replaces you.
But you remember when they were looking for the female replacement for Angela Yee? They were looking and trying out so many people for months and months and months, and it felt like they kind of decided, like, all right, this Jess girl's the best option that we got. Maybe Charlamagne was putting a little bit of pressure to make it happen for political reasons, and then they do it. It's not going that great, so they keep trying out more people. They try out the Lauren De Rosa girl or whatever, and all of a sudden people like her way more, and then she's mad at Charlamagne and Envy because they're not standing up for her in the public eye when really they seemingly agree with the comment section that's hating on her, which from my understanding it's like most of the comment section is hating on her.
Yo, what you talking about right now, Adam? Listen, man, Trump back in office, man. Listen, all the woke shit got.
You got him elected.
Hold on.
That's what they're saying.
That's my nigga. Listen, Trump back in office, that woke shit gotta go. And all we figuring out, y'all think that y'all gonna go have Curry leave during the peak of your career and come back and still have your spot. You better be good at your goddamn job first, okay?
That's how the baby.
Yeah, that's no. She dipped out to have a baby, and she chose the person to replace her. The person just played better, and they said, "You want to bench down."
People love her.
Yeah.
The other chick. People talk about her like she's amazing. I haven't watched that
You can't
much.
do the 100 show no more, and you say, "Yo, I can't do it for 2 months. I'm working my diaper." Yo, Beast gonna run this shit, and after you come back, you're like, "I'm back." They're like, "Yeah, you back and everything, but we still Beast. You could be number 2 to Beast."
Yeah, but you know the thing about it? We all run the other side.
I know that's the honest.
Breakfast Club not like that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think the girl she picked to fill in for should have said, "Nah, I don't want this job. That's my own girl"?
Nah, because
They thought they were gonna be besties in there.
no. Yo, here's the thing.
We're gonna get it.
It wasn't. You know, if you're playing football, you can't have 2 quarterbacks on the field. What happened was that her natural role, she's a IG comedian. She's the person who talks shit. She kind of represents the women who are the ratchets, whatever. Charlamagne kind of covers that box. They lost Angela Yee. She was informative. She was, she was talented at, okay, hey, let me give you the information that you need to know. And here's the thing. Jess is damn near illiterate. Can't read.
Yeah, come on, bro. Cut that out.
No, there's a lot of examples.
They pointed it out. I ain't lying.
Cut it out.
She reads with her fingers.
Cut that out. You're not gonna do it like that.
No, that's pretty well documented.
No.
I see it. She reading like this.
Yo, she was stuttering words like Flacco reading. Yo, I know my nigga Flacco.
I just got
But Flacco's under here under the right lights and he pressure. He started doing this. But other than that, yo, I'm watching Flacco on his own channel, fluid as a mother. I'm like, Flacco, kill these niggas.
Yeah. And sometimes when I'm sitting with Flacco, I feel like, oh, are you stuttering because I'm here? Because it's a little bit like higher stakes when I'm there. But then I see you with random people, and it seems like you're not having the hardest time.
Nah, she couldn't read. And it's not no, you know, they tried to send a Floyd. But Floyd could read. It just was.
We're not doing the Floyd bash.
No, Floyd could read. He was just come on the drop. Because I've come on the drop before.
Yeah, we ain't doing no.
Jess Hilarious, it ain't one drop. Like, every time we come into a reading segment, she is struggling. Like, it is one of those things you're like, get it out.
When you're doing podcasts, though, and we see this with the news, there's a lot of people that have a hard time reading, and you don't really realize it until they're live on camera and they have to read something. Yeah, are you going to apologize for saying that you're terrible? probably hit better than R&B.
Oh, hell no.
No?
No, nothing is better than R&B.
Nah, wait till you try that Tasha K.
Wait till I try.
That's that good.
What are you talking about? Wait till I try.
I mean, that bank.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Shit.
Talking about wait till I try.
Give it a shot.
Yo.
Nah, she got a husband. We gotta respect her.
Yo, I told
They got a little Palm Spring effect.
Yo.
Little desert.
Yo, by the way, you gotta salute to Cardi B. Yo, so I hit Cardi B not too long ago.
Wait, really?
And I was just like, you know Cardi enough people.
Hit her?
No, man. Also, my man, don't do that. Anyway, yo, so you know, this was about like Cardi B trying to seize another like way that she's making income. And I say, yo, Cardi, I ain't gonna lie, man, I don't like this shit either. I like that you can keep your foot on her neck. And Cardi started telling me like, yo, listen, keep it real. I'm in the hole. I spent over $1 million trying to make this message, but it's worth it. So I'm gonna keep collecting no matter what. I'm like, I like that dedication.
No, that's definitely some scorched earth shit. You gotta grind your off in the dust.
That's wild.
Shit.
You know who went away? The racist chick.
Flo. She had to disappear. She gotta disappear probably forever.
We don't Flo.
Scott Storch's ex-wife that had the viral clip of her shocking traps to the Mexican ballet.
See Scott Storch.
Where? Oh, the clip?
Miami or out here?
Kiki in the river, me, Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit Boys, we're there. The nigga pulls up in a yacht. I mean, is he still married to Jordan?
No.
Oh, good guy. So, yeah, I'm not messing around. I'm like, oh, shit. I thought he said the money slowed up.
I think it's coming back in again.
Nah, that shit coming back in.
When he was a cokehead, that money was running out.
But yeah, I'm telling you, that nigga, again, what we gotta realize, Scott Storch had money. So, like, maybe when we heard that he was going supposedly broke, him going broke is like him having our money, right? Which is like, yo, I can't just keep getting off shit all the time.
Nah, facts.
But he probably got it back up.
Wait, you just say you were hanging out with Andrew Tate?
Yeah, man, Taste the guy. I just commented a box match with him.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with Andrew Tate?
Yeah, I mean, I ain't got no problem with it.
Your girl seemed kind of surprised when I said that I would have him on. I'm like, what? No, I care. I was just talking to Myra, and he said way more offensive shit than Andrew Tate.
Wait, women still hate him?
I think a lot of women do, yeah.
What?
The sex allegations,
Nah, I think that's hate what he say about like relationship, but like Trump back in office, man. Like,
I mean, you don't see like the leftist people on Twitter who are basically acting like Dana White even shaking hands with Andrew Tate is like the most deplorable thing that Dana White has ever done. I mean, there's a lot of people out there still treating him like him.
Hey, Dana, my nigga, but come on, man, like, yo.
Him talking to Andrew Tate does not compare to Power Slap. Power Slap's the worst thing that Dana White ever did.
I do.
You'd get smacked. I would love to see you do all your videos with a recent voice after that because your brain's not ready for that, Charlie.
You think more people tune in?
I don't like the sound of this at all. I don't want to say who you're going to say.
Any more topics on there before we wrap it?
Yeah, I've been on camera almost 7 hours already. I'm kind of cooked at this point, and I feel like we really almost hit everything. Did you see Dejan Paul get in a fight ahead of
Yo, wait, I gotta do that. I'm gonna be real. Dejan Paul, thumbs up, salute. He didn't run. He squabbled up. I ain't got nothing bad to say about dude.
Yo, I heard a gay nigga got like the most squabbles of it. That's crazy.
That's him.
That's Dejan Paul.
Oh, word?
Fake got shot, but he was for real shooting him
How'd
out.
you see
So he called a leg ass and giving niggas a squabble?
He didn't get shot. What about Roseanne's Vic kicking him in the head? You like
Yo, who
that?
had more squabbles?
Who was he fighting?
Him or AD?
He was fighting a guy named Big Swift. Dejan and AD got a squabble up. I think that's a good fight. Big Swift is a rapper that is managed by Rosecrans Vic, or at least was. He's from a hood. I forget where. Lunch that he's been friends with for a long time. So him and Dejan have been going back and forth on Twitter, talking shit, whatever. And then Rosecrans Vic got thrown in it. So there's multiple years of drama on social media between them. Dejan sees Big Swift. Big Swift spits on him. Then they squabble up, get into a fight. Dejan knocks him down within probably 5 seconds of the fight. And then obviously all his homies jump in to settle with him.
He squared off with him.
Hey, what's been the outcome of some of the beefs I started on here? Like, y'all two ain't gonna lie. Good combination. Rainwater and Whitewater. The hoop shit out there.
He's singing
Rainwater Mexican.
He was front stage for that shit.
That's gangster though. That's gangster. Mason is gangster, right?
And we got outside with Prince's ass and Mace just came out.
Wait, is Mason gangster now? Or you have to stop?
Questionable, right?
Yo, there you go.
We don't gotta watch it. Just don't put it on the screen. Yeah.
Shit.
Look, that's him with the
second shot?
Nah, he gonna get popped.
Oh, you wanna shoot again?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. That's crazy. Yo, we'll shoot you the next leg, nigga. The fuck out of here.
It's crazy though that this was our main story for the week until the brick shit happened, and then all of a sudden this seemed far less important.
I ain't gonna lie. It kind of seems weird me talking shit about brick, and I know I'm not gonna hear nothing tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you guys had a cohesive relationship for a long time there.
He might go from jail, like, you know.
Yeah, we're waiting on that. That could definitely happen at some point.
Hit you yet?
No, his family didn't know that.
Yeah, he know you fake. Like, he ain't even trying to hit you. Yo, Lou's scared to hit me early, man. Say, yo, Rick ain't hit you?
No, he ain't hit me yet. Oh, yeah, watch this. This shit crazy.
Is it right there?
Definitely here, bro. He did not answer the phone.
When they jump in, it looks like Big Swift was about to get on top of him. Yeah, look, he's on top of him here, although he's been kicked in the head multiple times. Yo, why does everyone suck at filming so bad? What is this?
They did a thing where, like, bro, take it back. He was.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Big
He's
boy
laid out. Look at him right there. He's just laying there like a
big boy
whale.
one. To keep it real.
Look. Bam.
He's playing around.
I'm gonna give it
Tanglewood in him. It came out.
Yo, like after he started connecting them combos, I would have started running because I would have had a Saucy Santana flashback.
Look at it.
The chain nigga not gonna knock me out.
They shot our Saucy Santana for sure.
Yeah, no. If he had just, when he knocked him down, just humped him on the ground, big dubs.
Sick work, boy. Ain't no way.
Because Dejan has sworn
This boy here. Academic jailhouse shit, boy.
He said that if Power 106 don't fire Rosecrans Vic, he gonna file a lawsuit against him.
He playing dirty.
That's the last thing I heard him say.
Why? Not a Power Vic?
No, but he was there as a Power 106 employee. So I feel like the lawsuit definitely has legs. He probably won't have a hard time finding somebody to take that. But I wish the best for Vic.
Hey, can we talk about the Meek Mill shit real quick?
Sure, yeah, what's going on with that? I don't know.
So Meek Mill he quote tweeted one of my tweets, right? So I had tweeted, I said, hey, listen, I'm reading through the indictment. About 30% of the incidents that they're saying, the cops or the fans are saying there's some corroboration, or they're mentioning online conversations or podcasts that either corroborate. Again, there's nothing that happened on there, but they're using it as, hey, corroboration, right? And really, I put that out there just for these street dudes to realize, hey, listen, hey, I know some of y'all now look at it like, yo, it's an easy way to get a bag because I got these stories and I can benefit off of it. But you got to look at a thing like QPD and look at other things.
So show it on the screen.
Be a little bit smart, right?
And can you flip to the next one? Because I assume that's where, because this is just a random person saying, sounds like that shit Meek was saying about you. Okay.
So he quote tweets another person who says, if you're saying that there's stuff on podcasts that's in the indictment, it sounds like all the shit Meek was saying about you. So Meek then retweets and says, Meek talk too much. Shut up and rap. So he's kind of almost like parodying what people say about him. More rap, less tweets. No more tweeting. You think the geeks want the street guy really from the street talking while they get intimidated and be insecure? These are all bots and campaigns. Now,
so Ack responds, take some accountability, dummy. You cried about violating probation when you posted an Instagram video of yourself doing a wheelie and got locked up later.
Hold on, let's stop there.
Okay.
Let's stop there.
It's a fact.
What Meek was trying to say is that, you know, he's trying to take the angle that it's you square geek podcast dudes that's jamming up the real niggas. And I said,
no,
Meek, you being on this prison reform was because you violated your probation doing a wheelie. I see people arguing on Twitter doing a wheelie not a crime. Riding an ATV in the middle of the street in New York City where they say you're operating a motor vehicle unsafely, that is a crime. As minor as it might be. And when you agree to probation, which all these niggas take pleas to be on probation, you say you will not commit crimes, no matter how small or how big. Here's the thing. How did they catch Meek Mill? There's a Billboard article. It literally says Meek Mill and his crew start doing wheelies and start moving a certain way. The police show up and somebody call the cops. No one gets arrested that day. Everybody left by the time the cops got there. They went on social media and they seen Meek Mill in the same location. He posted the video and they realized Meek Mill posted a video of what they were called to the day before. They then arrested the day afterward. what does that mean?
Damn.
As a street dude, you posted the video that got you locked up.
Yeah.
And then when you get locked up years later now, well, obviously you cried about it in the interim, but now you're saying it's the blogs and geeks getting you locked up. You posted the incriminating footage that got you locked up. Let me tell you this.
Posted the blogs can't get it.
If you street dudes don't have whack 100 IQ, stay off social media. Some of you guys are really.
But also, everybody's complaint about Meek Mill's use of Twitter is not like, oh, Meek, you're not federal enough. You're not airing out your crimes enough. It's just that you tweet like you're retarded. That's the only thing that anybody's ever given Meek a hard time about Twitter for, and I like Meek.
He ain't voice.
But he communicates on Twitter as if he's got a 45 IQ. And it leads people, I feel like it's been a big, massive contributor to his public image taking a hit. I think that if he had just shut the fuck up about the Diddy lawsuit that accused him of hooking up with Diddy or whatever, it wouldn't have become such a massive narrative.
He got his government mayor friends. Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Hey, talk to the governor about that.
Told on act.
But like this, like imagine that governor hit up one of his federal friends and was just like,
there you go.
Well, according to well-reputed reformed gangster Meek Mill,
he says
this is the guy responsible for murders.
Has conspired to have several people killed. That's what he said, bro. It's crazy.
Now, Meek has a long history of telling, though. Like, you see, Meek telling this in the interrogation room, does it on Twitter. He does pillow talking, you know what I mean? That's the reality of it. When I seen him tell on me, I'm like, if you tell on Sigma, you tell anybody.
Do you think Meek ever gonna have another hit?
No, I'll give him one credit. The song, he got the song on Friday. They say this is his best verse. And I listen to him like he's going crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, check that out.
Hey, I'll give him some credit on that. You know? But I'm going to be honest with you. Meek is somebody who, you know, if I was his manager, if I was somebody who's working PR-wise.
His voice is kind of, you know, like maybe it's played, it sounds dated. It's like
whacking like that nigga ever since he doubted that whacking game went to cheesesteaks in Philly. Whacking like
ain't no doubt that we pulled up.
Meek just needs to like choose his medium better. If Meek Mill made Instagram, every time he had something to say, if he made an Instagram story post of him saying what he felt, it would be so much less embarrassing than the way that it comes out on Twitter. He's not a native hyper.
You're giving him too much credit. Like we this is how I know we look at Meek as a retarded kid in class, because you give him every credit rather than speaking the truth. Think about it.
ESL.
Yo, the reality is this. Meek has had an illustrious career. Most artists don't have a career like he has.
Sure.
He's done. There's no trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. Well, if he does this, no, but he's done. His sound is dated. He's a good rapper, but
nobody wants to hear.
He used to rap for the quote-unquote YNs of a different generation. Those people got kids, moved on.
No fact.
56 albums the first week. That's not relevant.
That's a lucky number.
You were 50th petty.
That's a fact.
I think you sent me the sales too.
I did.
You did the calculation.
56.
Why you and Jim? We gotta get y'all together.
Hey,
What about love?
I guess the trip to the park didn't work.
Well, maybe so.
Wario over
in the park and nobody
sold nothing.
You sure?
I'm that nigga Wario.
Jim's doing good.
Bro, listen, that shit make you $3,500. Right? Come on, bro. The nigga spent more on his wardrobe and his video. You know that.
He made $2 million off introducing Kanye to the crypto
That was the best.
Hey, trying to look good is crazy.
That's what Kanye's mad about. That's why he has beef with Jim now.
Yeah, that's what Kanye said.
Why did they fall out? He did it. They made the deal. What happened?
Nah, Kanye told me the story.
He didn't know.
The story.
Yeah.
Right, I get Kanye. And you know, again, we're going to stuff with people. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk about that shit. But the Jim Jones story, because I even questioned him. I'm like, I don't understand. Yo, he's like, I gave this man $2 million. No, I get it. He says, Jim Jones basically says, yo, I want you to take this meeting, right? You're gonna get I'm getting a percentage of if a deal gets done. Basically, it was already baked in the game. You introduce me to Ye, I get $2 million. Whether the deal gets done or not.
I've had these crypto guys hit me and be like, oh, so and so follows you. Can you introduce me to them? I'll give you huge sums of money. And I'm just I'm in a relationship with this guy by suggesting such a thing. Jim Jones properly analyzes the situation and realizes that Kanye is going to be open to some sort of that.
They sue everybody tied to it.
So second says at first, he's like, wait, you're getting $2 million? But you're not even, like, say we don't do it, you're not even saying, yo, yeah, don't bust us down with you, because that's kind of right. Yeah, he's like, yo, I get it, Jim Jones broke his phone. He needed to, though.
Nah, Jim's just a gangster.
So he's like, whatever. No, everything's still cool. Yeah. He says, doesn't mean whatever. He says he was feeling away because he realized that Jim is kind of being sneaky just to get some money, and he's like,
so today we're going to see how many cards we can buy on the Whatnot app for $100. Just joined a single stream here, going to see, okay, we're at $11. 15. Could I hold it down for $21? Boom. Try and join this.
He hates when people use him. He's like, yo, at least let him know, right? So then he says, all right, cool. Him and Jim gonna go, you know, he says he wants to go design the new, like, urban, like, attire with Jim. And he's like, yo, Jim, let's do it. He says, yo, and this is gonna sound crazy, but it's gonna make sense. Like, this is how I felt when I first heard it. I'm like, yeah, yo, wow. He says, he tells Jim Jones, he's like, yo, find me all the hottest dudes in the Europe pause. That guy's great. And basically send all of their bits or whatever, and like how their style is, and just send it to me in PDF. Okay? PDF.
Crazy. Super hard.
No. PDF document. This is some fashion shit. You know what I mean? You know, he's a fashion like mogul. Right. Yo, he says, Jim just tells him, he's like, yo, they gotta know how to do that, bro. And he says that was just the most offensive thing to him, because he's like, if you could use me to get $2 million and we're trying to work together, for me to ask you of something and you're just like, nah, I'm not doing it. Okay.
I think Jim should take the $2 million and run. Hanging out with Kanye, nothing good's gonna come of this in the long run.
He did. Took $2 million, he's out there.
Yeah, I support that decision.
There seems to be these people that will just pay to be introduced to celebrities. I know that's how top 5 goes.
The margins on the crypto shit is so ridiculous that they can make that kind of shit.
$2 million for a meme with Diego is crazy. Come on, you just got that for free.
These crypto dudes, money is not even real to them. They can get the amount of money they probably made doing that deal with Kanye.
What do you mean?
Why would a movie with Ye become for free?
No, I'm saying actually it's not Ye. I'm assuming you didn't pay Ye $2 million.
That's Ag.
No, but that's who I was referring to.
That was his idea. He tweeted, I need an interview with Ag right now.
Yeah, that's a Kanye play. Hey, I mean, shit, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if a meeting with Kanye could be worth that, depending on what you're thinking. They're thinking if Kanye gets behind a coin, you know, we're talking about market caps in $1 billion.
Oh yeah.
Now, let me ask you something. Do you like black people as for people, or do you like it because we're interested in your report on it?
Black people still like all people.
I didn't ask you about all people.
No, I'm just saying all of them.
It's only black chicks. Huh? You fucking black chicks?
I'm not telling you that. I'm just curious. I'm just going to say, you look at us like a couple black chicks just to get back.
Do you look at us like interesting specimen, or do you just look at us as people?
I just look at people as people. Because I do video on white guys. I did the Cameron Terrell story. You know about that?
Why'd you do the Central C joint?
I did the Central C one.
Has anyone heard a response from Central C about that?
Not directly, but it's like there's a whole situation on the back of it.
It's like, I don't like what's going on in the UK. Maybe you can put me on.
Yeah, I'll fill you in.
Yo, so Central C, he's kind of crossed over. First of all, he's huge in the UK. He's huge in Europe and international, right? But he crossed over and to have a UK artist sell 37,000 first week in the US. That's selling more than Ice Spice. Respect.
Unheard of, yeah.
Right?
Crazy.
And what's happening now is like the place where he's from, they're now almost trying to do what like we call like rapper barrel shit from like inner cities here. Like, yo, he ain't like that. He ain't real. Yo, he ain't never did this. He ain't never did it. They're almost like kind of trying to debunk him being whatever he's reporting.
The same thing would happen to any American rapper though that was talking like they were really in the streets. You know, it's like people are always looking.
Is he talking that crazy?
He points out a lot of examples that you or I wouldn't have picked up on.
A word?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he was talking about. I was like, you know,
Ain't J Digga the real one out of there? Digga D. Yeah, Digga D goes crazy out there. But that's the thing. There's like a whole area. It's like Digga D, Fredo, and Central C, all these West London guys, but obviously they're all kind of in different sets, but all have issues, and it's just like a whole crazy thing. But then Central C was just this guy that kind of came out of nowhere and started sort of repping the sets from these areas. And
that was my favorite thing about that documentary you did about him, is how you showed how his music went from dog shit to hard as fuck over the years of him just like working at it. Now, unfortunately, the conclusion rap about street shit and act a little bit more street than you actually are in order to make your shit pop up. To me, that was motivational. I feel like that shit was motivational to a lot of the artists out there. Hey, it might take you 7 years, but if you really work your ass off, maybe you can land on something.
No, I've got to give him his credit as just like a great artist. He made amazing music. He kind of navigated through the industry in the way that he needed to, and I respect him as an artist, but like at the same time, the reality is he kind of took all of the gangbanging violent stuff that was going on in West London and made that his image, even though he wasn't in it. And that's just something you got to acknowledge, because there were really guys that were living that lifestyle, going in and out of jail, that were really trying to use music as a way out of it. And like he basically took over the entire lane.
He's a better performer. He's a better rapper than them. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. Because I feel it.
I don't think it's something. I think it's bad.
Yeah, no, I think he got it, Asian, because like your video was like the first big indictment of his character, was like it's like, imagine the game coming up, like the world is looking at the game like this is a super blood from Compton, and some reputable like documentary guy says, yo, whatever y'all believe is a fucking fraud. You know what I mean? Like in the midst of him going up, like
but
he was at the top of that point. I would say.
Game is the biggest blood when it comes to rapping in the world. That's a fact. On Power Road, I'm gonna put it.
Playboy Cardi.
Wayne. Yes, over Wayne.
Cardi right now is one of the biggest rappers in the world.
Wait, hold on, wait.
The whole album is telling you he's a blood.
I got something coming for you.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of red. Like what? Come on, cuz.
In
terms of being more.
They gotta shut up something.
Ain't King Slum a blood?
I'm gonna say it like this. What?
I don't know.
Y'all comparing Thug to Game?
I don't know.
Yeah, Thug's way bigger.
I don't know who's a blood. Who's that?
Get out of here, bro.
You crazy?
You wanna go count up?
I'm gonna keep it. I got somebody.
Maybe.
You wanna go count up?
Yeah, I got to be a devastating element.
We got about 8 years?
Respectfully, I got somebody who's a big
Okay, well, let me hear it.
Jim Jones?
No, we not. We're not. Hey, put him on. First of all, let's understand this.
He brought it to Harlem, though.
Jim Jones had to come out here to get a stamp.
Yo, whack.
One stamp.
He not?
You got plenty of stamps.
Yo, whack hate Jim Jones so much, man.
Blood is a rat. That's on
He
him.
gonna super violate you.
He's a rat. That's on him. So at the end of the day, and you know what the 6ix9ine told him. Who's the number 2? If 6ix9ine
Nobody don't care about rap no more, whack.
I know, man. If 6ix9ine didn't get on that stand, who's the number 2? Keep it real, eh?
Man, we don't care about rap.
Keep it real, though. No, keep it real. Who's the number? If 6ix9ine didn't take that stand.
6ix9ine said was yeah.
Who's the number 2?
Yeah, let's go about that, man.
Right? We run from the careless gutters and running. What I'm saying is, Game, respectfully, is the biggest download rapper in the world. That's a fact.
Wait, are we talking about rap wise, or are we talking about like being actually that guy?
As a rapper.
Nah, he ain't bigger than Wayne. Come on.
He ain't bigger than Wayne.
Ain't bigger than Cardi right now.
Street-wise, I would give it to Game, but over
celebrity-wise, you think
Game bigger than Wayne?
Hold on.
I said, dog move, homie.
Yeah, what does that mean exactly?
I knew they was from the video that they're like, what section, what portion of Bloods is that? Which branch, family tree, coalition,
Cash money, this is still
militia.
Game is
Power and Down the same.
Game is the biggest download rapper in the world. That's a fact. Don't go to anything, nigga. Anything.
We're talking about at the peak, right?
Anything east of Cali, don't talk to me. I'm gonna leave it right there. Straight up. Like, what you
Kendrick don't count?
Kendrick's not a gangbanger.
Not a banger, but
No,
from a hood, right?
No. The group West Side, we ain't doing that today.
YG was on his run, like, he was kind of doing things. I'm not comparing the game, though. I'm not comparing. Game is a different level.
Get disrespectful.
I think Game at his peak is probably hotter than Cardi now. And Cardi's hot right now, but I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Game had like the entire. He not only had the West Coast.
Well, they said if you want to go catalog with Thug.
Oh no,
Wayne. And I also think Thug.
No, you're right. Game wins that catalog for catalog. But who's hotter at their peak?
Game.
No, I'm talking about Wayne now. Wayne definitely hotter.
I'm saying like this. Talking this download thing, right? Let's start right here, right? Ain't nothing outside of here. I'll wait once it started here.
That's like a dude from New York saying hip hop started so nothing from outside of here can be hotter than the shit that originates from here.
We talking about gangbanging. You a white boy, you talking about gangbanging. You don't. You don't know.
I do.
Nothing about that.
Spit shot in that head.
Wayne was definitely rapping about that. I'm not saying he's from.
That's the thing is, that's the homie, but we're not going to give him that rank over the game. It's not going to happen.
We're talking music, we got to get it to him over there.
Oh, we talking about who the biggest guy.
Okay, we talking. You gotta get it to him. Hey yo. Man, they hate Louisiana. New Orleans especially, boy. They hate niggas from that bad.
That's the homie and all that nigga Wayne. When it comes to that, he gonna salute the homie.
Who's a bigger rapper right now, Lil Wayne or Game?
I'm not talking about rap.
Before, I feel like we were talking about rap.
I said the Game is the biggest blood in a rap game in the world. That's nothing. We're not talking about rap.
Much love to the Game.
Well, somebody's got to tell Kenzie that, because Kenzie ain't been showing me no love. I don't like that. He should have been at the pop out. No, but Kenzie was showing up to all the game members except the Game. You think it's because the Game aligns with Drake that the Game removed himself from that?
The Game focused on one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they like the both sides shit.
Both sides, no way.
That's why I think he stayed neutral.
That's what we're supposed to do. Two niggas rapping, you know, let him rap.
Yeah, but noticeably on the pop out, like, we have everybody who's like, I think we have E40 who's doing the voiceover. We have Dr. Dre again, not necessarily speaking about gang members, but just like showcasing the West Coast. No. What I'm saying, showcasing the West Coast. Like, I feel like.
All up and coming rappers in that game.
Yeah, but
If Snoop and Game win, that took away an hour of these little niggas coming up. That was for the up-and-coming voters.
So are you telling me that that's a garage the Game? Because the Game seemed pretty sad when he was coming.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, man, I was part of this shit.
We would have liked the invite. But he's playing both sides, so he didn't get an invite.
Invite to go nowhere in Cali, bro.
Well, you need an invite to perform on stage at a concert.
The Game brings Drake back to Compton.
If the Game would have popped up and said he wanted to hit that stage, they would already hit that stage. That's a fact.
Because the Game brings Drake back to Compton for, what's it called, 100, part 2.
What the fuck you want to do? That's what
Is Drake supposed to move here?
Of course.
Nobody got no issue with Drake, bro.
I think Hidden J3 has convinced himself he has an issue with Drake. Glasses Malone seems convinced that he's Drake's out now.
Really?
I mean, the way they tweet. They full of hate. They full of hatred for the boy.
No, you're not. Who's a big artist right now? You think Drake? I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of shot that Drake's R&B album did too good. I thought it was 135. I think when Drake drops his next solo, he's doing 405.
Yeah, Drake's a way bigger artist still. If Kendrick drops an album past all this hype and there's no dissing or whatever, the numbers ain't gonna be as good as the most recent. Why not? Why would it? People were tuned in because they wanted to hear what he had to say about Drake. The Morales one? Anyway, listen to that shit. It was like 10 years when nobody was really paying attention to Kendrick's music except the Pitchfork crowd. Let's be real. You all know it.
Not 2017 when Drake is on 600,000.
Broke out in the Pitchfork crowd. God damn.
And in between that, there was a gold hunt where nobody was with it. I was doing podcasts during that era. We barely talked about it.
Well, because Kendrick don't.
Yeah, but you don't need to. I mean, we were talking all about everything else that happened in the culture.
Some shit that you're on a level on you can't talk about.
Name a song off of that one.
I told you that. You're not gonna catch me listening to a whole kid now. 1, 2 songs, 3 songs, that's it. No shit.
But you be listening to Drake album?
No, I don't.
R&B put on that Drake album.
No, my
We in Miami going up another night. Come on.
Good boy sat there and said
Your girl's sick
nothing.
again to banging on wax.
I don't play music. Are you weird?
Now you can't squat love. That's a fact.
You're banging on wax. You can't bang.
All right, just like that, the episode goes to a close. I gotta go do a gangbang.
I don't understand weird in the music, right? When you listen to other men.
No, I don't like that.
About the man. I ain't fucking.
I got a lot of old sex
A
tapes.
nigga voice, I'm gonna leave you right.
I got a lot of sex tapes from back in the day.
No, they gotta chill.
Playing in the background. Seems.
That whole bar sounded crazy. I was like, I ain't gonna lie. How he got away with saying that legally? My whole team was positioned at 11 o'clock. Bro was clocking shit. And that's crazy. Oh, she left me a little cake. A lot of cake left me some cake.
Doing something in the music that I can't do. I can't make music this beautiful.
And you gotta hear a man's voice while you.
I don't want to listen to somebody I know.
Whack, do you to the sounds of the other side trenches on Clubhouse?
The show he ain't turning that off.
So what's the noises that's gonna be playing? Are you watching Netflix or you say you don't really play music?
TV, no, bro, listen, I talk to my woman.
During culture through this.
That's a fact.
I'm gonna kill you.
Like when you hit it, are you ever saying, "Oh, Peru, I'm about to nut"?
No, I don't do that.
Okay. So this is experience right here.
Right there, too, and then put on the drink like that, and hit it. He is wearing that day, and just pop. On that note, I'm out.
Yeah, I gotta take a piss. We might as well wrap this up. Shout out to Ag. Shout out Travel Ross. Hey. I just saw your booty crack and I feel pretty uncomfortable with it. Shout out to Remo in the bag.
I can't do it.
Villains and bad guys, they the most amount of people tune in.
The craziest family in the world.
Where's the man on my door?
Stream All American, exclusively on Max.
You're now tuned into $1 million worth of game. Stories from the cell, man. I'm talking about this is a different edition, man. Got my brother Cass on here. How you been, man?
Hey, man, you know me. Same shit you told it, man. I can't call it. I'm better than most.
See, you see, jail doing same shit. You know, when you in jail, you like, every response is different. You know what I mean?
What's one of the biggest misconceptions about your cousin, Tupac Shakur, that you've heard from the media or people who've never met him? Yeah, I've heard a lot of misconceptions about, particularly from people who've never met him, because most of the people who, not most, but some of the people who I keep talking about Tupac, by the way, let me say this, Pac is ubiquitous, like he's everywhere at the same time. He's all over social media, he's all over the news, he's on every social media platform, all day, every day. And I'm noticing more and more people appearing on these podcasts talking about Tupac and their experiences with him. And, you know, I'm not doubting that they're telling the truth, but I am hearing a lot of misconceptions. You know, by the way, for instance, shout out to the person I'm about to mention, Fat Joe. Shout out to Fat Joe. Got a lot of respect for Fat Joe. He's from the Bronx. I'm from the Bronx. I know what hood he's from. I know some of his OGs from his projects.
Shout out Humpty fucking Dumpty. Set on the wall.
Forest projects. McKinley and Forest are right across the street. I know some of the people from there, his OG. So shout out to Joe. I don't have nothing against him. I like him as an artist. I think he's dope, he's thorough. But I have to disagree with something that he's been saying on podcasts about Pop calling him about some Puerto Ricans putting pressure on him in Clinton. Now,
This flash comes to you in response when you give with voice command.
The reason why I'm questioning that, I'm not saying that,
boy, oh my God, the cap is crazy. Oh, I'm trying so hard not to laugh at niggas, bro. The amount of information and information on the influence.
I've been around Joe several times.
Good lordy.
Around him that'll hurt something. For real, right? So, I know he got strength with Puerto Ricans. But as far as Tupac being in prison and having to call Joe to keep the Puerto Ricans off his back because they think that he got beef with Joe in the street or some shit.
Because I was going to say, how you going to have beef with Oxtail?
Mind you, I was going to visit Pac every month. If Pac was having problems with anybody in prison, I would have been the first to know about it. Not only would I have been the first to know about it,
You can't.
You gotta know, the people who are in prisons, who run the prisons, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans who do. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of people who run the prisons in the New York State penal system are people that we know. They people that love us. They family members, man. They people, yo. You get where I'm coming from, Del Rey? Tupac wasn't in a prison where people was going to walk all over him. That wasn't going to be the situation. He was in prison with people who were strong. Absolutely. Tupac didn't want people on people.
That's what I realized. I think I was too strong for the current era in my way. Like, I was raised around the most rude, strong, aggressive, strong men and women that there was at the time.
Like, I'm talking about legendary.
Nah, I'm a problem because I'm alive.
Legendary. That is telling Pac.
Lascivious activities.
I'm going to make sure that the CEOs know, blah, 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 and this and that. And Pac telling them, nah, that's all right. I don't need none of you guys to help me with nothing. I'm good. I'm going to ride this on my own. And then the officers, knowing Pac's connection with some of the strongest people in Clinton, taking him out of population and putting him in segregation so that he don't incite anything
congressional congregation because they were going to listen and move. There's certain people that was in power. They could have moved so many people at one word drop of a pen, boy, and they just didn't utilize they professed to process the greater wickedness. Man, sometimes I be thinking, I'm like, boy, I know they could have said anything and a whole lot of people would have just got active. That's real activation. You just feel it and everybody activate. That's the whole thing about, that's the whole TV show Attack on Titan about. They felt something and then everything activated, including the Titans. Aaron had control over the Titans. Everybody didn't have that in their blood. They didn't even know that was something to be able to be had.
I think that's something that you could answer better than I.
Especially in Clinton. Like I was in Clinton. I used to work on Clinton's farm, so I know how.
What I've been doing.
And like I said, he's right about the point. There's strength in those jails, and they buck wild. I don't see that. I see that being far-fetched. I don't see that being actually accurate. Now he may have embellished a little bit in telling that story, but I do not see Tupac being pressured enough to where he has to call Fat Joe to clear some stuff for him. Tupac called it.
0 mass completed. Your side and state returns free with TurboTax. Pay $0 to file. Roughly 37% of filers
my
qualify.
baby.
Simple Form 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
Yes. That was loud. That was loud. No? Okay. Review.
dude. I don't want to go and get into names and shit like that, but he could have called any one of the people that I'm thinking about.
Oh,
that could have put a
man.
stop.
I realized you plugged me in. Oops.
Plug me into my bed.
Face-off team deathmatch. Falling behind Crimson.
I do. I never heard this. Why am I always finding informational recordings? What? Look.
And I'm just going to echo what my little man said. Like,
baby, can you give me uno más? Uno más.
I'm going to put it this way. No, that's not true. That's a misconception.
What he is doing?
That's a flat-out lie.
Saying hey.
Tupac will get violated in jail. That's a flat-out lie.
You is funny.
You is funny.
And I'm getting a little bit into it. Number one.
What?
If you are a stand-up guy, if you are a man of substance, if you are a man that's not cowardly, if you are a man that do not create confusion, do not backbite with people like that in jail, you're not going to have no problems with your manhood. You're not going to have no problems with your inmates trying to dig in. That's not going to happen. Most of the time in New York State, I can't speak to prisons in California. But in New York State, if you're a man that avoids the confusion, that avoids all the
You're adorable.
that sisters do, you're not going to have problems.
No. Yes.
Tupac was a man that was not into that type of confusion. He was not into that lifestyle. So, just like any other man in prison, he's not going to have that problem. But for someone to start a misconception or tell a straight lie about either hearing about Tupac being violated in jail or spreading that lie, they don't understand the reality of New York City prisons. It just don't happen that way. It don't happen that way.
Yeah, people forget how isolated jails are supposed to be. You're supposed to be so separated from everybody that you not even knowing that you are in jail with people. Jail is a psychological separation, and the way to separate the mind from the body is by separating the body from the mind. This is what jail is. The box that you can't get out of. And make it small enough for you to mentally have to get out. Because you ain't got nowhere else to go.
They're known for they're sticky quick. They got knives that come from, you don't even know where they get them from. But
they come from. You don't even know where they get them from. There you go say that. You don't know where they come from.
Fear in a lot of niggas' hearts in prison. This dude ended up falling in love with a punk. So much to the extent that he and the punk would walk the yard together holding hands. That they would wear matching outfits. You know what I'm saying? Nobody forced him to do that. He did that willingly.
crazy.
And that drives to my point that you will either have to be asking for someone to dig you out, or you will have to be such a weak, nothing type of guy that people feel like you should be violated. None of us are built that way. We're not built that way.
I was about to say, people don't understand that nobody's actually just doing that.
Built like that, except for the guy I just told you the story about.
Let's talk Cash App. Want to move money instantly with a few quick taps?
Biggie, man, the night he got killed, man, before we get into that, my man, take me through that weekend and everything leading up to that incident. Because, Biggie, he got killed on a Sunday after he left the Vibe party. But, I want you to paint the picture for us, man, and just take us through everything that happened that weekend. Because that Saturday, the day prior to Biggie getting killed, y'all actually went to a basketball game. I think Snoop, Dogg Pound, and Mace attended that game. So, yeah, man, just paint the picture for us, man. Just tell us everything that happened leading up to that Sunday night when Biggie got killed, man.
Well, I can tell you what I know about it. I know it was some radio station doing some kind of celebrity basketball game, or whatever charity, whatever situation was. And I know Stevie J.
That's a crazy way to suppose on.
Didn't go, Puff didn't go. So,
or anything.
We was in front of, I think it was the...
Sometimes a lot of the gay men in the community, and I don't want to offend anybody, so y'all please don't eat me up. This is just honest. Sometimes, just like, I feel like women want to be our friends because of who we are. I think a lot of gay men be trying to come into my life because they feel like, oh, I would love to be Lex's friend, or I want to be that one gay guy in her life. That's why I'm so cool with Clay, because it was genuine. But sometimes I feel like a lot of the gay boys be trying to, they want to be a problem.
Yes, they do.
They be wanting that.
They do.
This dashcam talks to you and responds when you give it voice commands.
She's great. Take selfie.
What if I told you that this video is alchemy happening right now before your eyes? No, it's not just another piece of content on the internet. And if you clicked, if you're here, it's because something inside you asked for this. Asked for change, asked for truth. In spiritual alchemy, nothing is by chance. Chance is just an unrecognized law. Everything follows a principle. Everything is mental. Everything vibrates. Your thought was the cause. This video is the effect. You feel it. Because even if your mind questions it, deep down you know, this is no coincidence. The Kybalion, this veiled work, guarded for centuries among initiates, doesn't show up for everyone. It only appears to those who are ready to break the veil of illusion and begin transforming their own reality from the inside out. Being here now is your sign, and it doesn't matter if you understand everything or still feel lost. The truth is, you don't need more information. You need to remember. And what's going to be said here will help you do exactly that. Because at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to use the 7 principles of the Kybalion to completely change your reality. In a practical, direct, and definitive way. But first, you need to hear what only those who are ready can hear. Long before modern science, even before religions were structured as we know them today, there was a name whispered among priests, philosophers, and initiates. Hermes Trismegistus. Thrice great, thrice master, thrice initiated into the deepest mysteries of creation. He is the point where 2 ancient cultures meet. In Egypt, he was Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing, and time. In Greece, he became Hermes, the messenger between worlds, patron of hidden knowledge and divine communication. The fusion of these two figures resulted in an archetype so powerful that its influence crossed centuries, hidden among symbols, ciphers, and coded words. Hermes was considered the founder of the first mystery school in Egypt, a temple where knowledge was not handed out directly, but experienced by those who were ready to receive it. His teachings were so secret, so sealed, that they gave rise to the term we still use today. Hermetic knowledge, a locked wisdom, inaccessible to the superficial gaze, reserved only for initiates, like a spiritual vault guarding the laws that govern the invisible. About 35 works were attributed to him, many of which were lost in the fires that destroyed the Library of Alexandria, but a small part survived. And it was this spark that lit the flame of a work that would pass through the centuries, the Kybalion. Written in 1908 by authors who chose to remain anonymous, signing only as the Three Initiates, Kybalion is not an ordinary book. It is a treatise, a coded compendium that synthesizes the entire essence of original Hermeticism. Although it may seem recent, its foundation is ancient. The language may have been adapted to the modern world, but the content pulses with the same energy as the hieroglyphs carved into the stones of the Temple of Hermopolis. This oral and vibrational lineage was never meant to be popular. That's why few have heard of it, and even fewer have understood it. All is mind, the universe as a living thought. And it is precisely because of this silent legacy, passed on in an almost invisible way, that the first principle revealed in the Kybalion has such a deep impact: mentalism. According to this law, everything that exists, absolutely everything, is mind. The entire universe, with its planets and galaxies, cycles of nature, human emotions, ideas and memories, it's all a living thought, vibrating within the consciousness of the all. This is not a metaphor. For the initiates, this is literal. You are not observing the universe from the outside. You are inside it. More than that, you are inside the mind of God. Imagine a mind so vast, so powerful, that everything it thinks manifests as reality. That is the essence of the all, the primordial consciousness, the source. The Hindus called it Maharatma, the cosmic mind, the Gnostics, Pleroma, the Hermetists, simply the all. But what does that mean in practice? It means that the reality you live in right now is directly shaped by the quality of your thoughts. Everything begins within. Nothing moves out there without first moving in here. The mind is the matrix. Your perception, your mental patterns, your deepest beliefs. All of that functions as the brush with which you are painting your existence. It's as if we are living inside a simulation, but a simulation created by spiritual laws. And the most surprising part, you actively take part in this creation. Your thoughts, emotions, intentions, and vibrational states directly affect the events around you. This truth is behind everything the ancient masters taught. That's why Buddha said suffering is born from the mind, why Jesus said faith can move mountains, and why Hermes revealed that everything is mental. Modern quantum physics is beginning to align with this idea. The famous observer effect, which shows how the behavior of particles changes depending on the presence of an observing consciousness, is just one of many pieces of evidence that the mind influences matter. So, if the universe is mind, and you are a spark of that supreme mind, what is stopping your life from being consciously shaped? And when you begin to understand that everything is mind, that reality is shaped from the inside out, a question naturally arises. Then why do things seem to happen so randomly? Why do some people suffer so much, while others move through life with ease? The answer lies in what the Kybalion reveals directly. Everything happens according to law. True chance does not exist. What we call luck, coincidence, or fate is actually just a spiritual law we have not yet recognized. The universe is not random chaos. It is a perfect symphony governed by 7 universal laws. And these laws don't need your belief to operate, just like gravity doesn't stop acting. If you don't believe in it, the Hermetic laws act on your life constantly, even if you're unaware of them. One of the most important is the law of cause and effect. Everything you are living today is a direct consequence of causes set into motion in the past. Not just actions, but thoughts, emotions, and vibrations you've maintained over time. This is karma. This is subtle physics. This is hermeticism in its purest form. To illustrate this more clearly, I'll share with you a brief story that perfectly represents this principle. In a village surrounded by mountains, there lived an old gardener known for his calm and wisdom. Every day, he tended his plants with great patience, even when the sun was harsh or the rain destroyed his garden. A young man from the village, frustrated with his own failures, asked the old man why his life was so hard, while the old man seemed to live in peace. The old man smiled and said, "Come early tomorrow morning. I want to show you something." The next morning, they took a seed to the top of a hill. The old man asked the young man to plant it and then return every day to water it. At first, nothing happened. After weeks, a small sprout appeared. The young man began to smile, but one stormy day, the sprout was ripped out by the wind. Frustrated, the young man shouted, "See, nothing ever works out." The old man calmly replied, "You want to harvest an oak tree with the patience of a flower. That was just one cause among millions. Your life is the sum of all the seeds you've planted, whether you were aware of them or not. Some sprout quickly, others take years. Some you've forgotten you even buried, but no seed fails to answer the law. This simple story holds the heart of the law of cause and effect. You are not at the mercy of invisible forces playing with your luck. You are experiencing the effects of the causes you have already set in motion or accepted unconsciously. Everything you vibrate, think, feel, desire, reject, all of it returns to you in the form of experience. Rhythm and return. The path is not linear. And it is precisely when we understand that everything we experience is the result of causes we set in motion that we begin to see the logic behind the highs and lows of our journey. But even with that understanding, there are moments when everything seems to fall apart. You take one step forward and feel like you're going 2 steps back. The feeling of regression can be frustrating. However, this too is governed by one of the 7 laws, the law of rhythm. This law teaches us that everything in life moves like a pendulum. Everything flows, everything ebbs. Emotions, energy, relationships, finances, health, spirituality. There is a constant oscillation, sometimes subtle, sometimes intense, but it never stops. Nothing rises or falls forever. Just as the sea has its tides, as day turns into night, as winter comes before spring, your life also goes through inevitable cycles. These cycles don't mean failure. They are part of the sacred mechanics of the universe. The financial market itself, for example, is a practical expression of this. Experienced analysts know that continuous growth is an illusion. Moments of correction will always come. The secret lies in not panicking during the valleys and not being deceived by the peaks. That is rhythm. And here comes an even deeper key. Plato said that the soul evolves in a spiral.
How is Robinhood Gold offering such a high APY?
Yeah, now anybody can earn 4% APY on their uninvested cash with Robinhood Gold.
Yeah, hello. How are we supposed to compete with that?
They also offer a 3% match on eligible contributions into your IRA.
They might put us out. This means that even if you feel like you're returning to the same point, you're not in the same place as before. You're revisiting that point, but from a new level of consciousness. It's like climbing a spiral-shaped mountain. You pass the same angles, the same landscapes, but each time from higher up. What once affected you deeply now only touches the surface. What once seemed like the end is now just part of the path. The regression then is an illusion. It is only the curve of the spiral of your own transformation. Notice how that changes everything. When you accept the rhythm, you stop fighting against the cycles. You start using the inward phases to dive into yourself, and the expansion phases to manifest with awareness. The secret is not in avoiding movement, but in learning to dance with it. And if rhythm shows us that everything oscillates, polarity reveals that everything also has 2 sides of the same essence. Life is not made of absolute opposites, but of variations in frequency within the same vibrational line. What we call cold and hot, for example, are not different substances, but simply different intensities of the same phenomenon, temperature. And the same applies to emotions like fear and love, sadness and enthusiasm, chaos and order. These seemingly opposite pairs are connected by an invisible bridge, the degree of vibration. The more subtle the vibration, the higher its expression. Matter vibrates slowly, so it appears solid, dense, limited. When the vibration speeds up, matter becomes energy. Faster still, it becomes light. Even faster, spirit. And at the highest point, this vibration merges with the one itself, what we call God. Here lies the secret of transmutation. You don't need to stop being who you are or try to eliminate your shadow. What you need to do is raise the vibration of what already exists within you. Fear can be transmuted into courage. Attachment can become conscious love. Anger can turn into transformative action. And pain, a catalyst for awakening. This is the essence of true alchemy. Not turning lead into physical gold, but transmuting internal states, changing the vibrational degree of a lower state into a higher one, without denying the nature of what is being transformed. Just like an alchemist works with fire, with timing and intensity of the flame to reach the elixir, the practitioner of hermetic wisdom learns to observe their inner states and act with intention to raise their frequency. That is inner alchemy. That is vibrational mastery. That is awakening. Purpose in motion, the little dots that guide the path. And it's at this point in the journey that something begins to move silently but powerfully within you. A shift that's almost imperceptible, yet transformative. As you apply the Hermetic principles and cultivate the practice of inner transmutation, you become more aware of yourself. And with this new awareness, you realize that what you used to call your life purpose might have only been an invitation, a little ball thrown ahead by your soul, not as a final destination, but as a tool the universe used to get you moving. How many times have you chased something with all your energy, believing it was the peak of your mission, only to realize, once you reached it, that it no longer made sense? It happens to everyone who walks the path, and it's not a mistake. Hermes Trismegistus said the path reveals the seeker. That means you don't have to know everything before you begin. The veil lifts as you walk. You find yourself through the search. Every desire, every goal, every dream that once pulsed inside you was the exact reflection of your consciousness at that moment. And when your consciousness changes, your desires change too. That's why so many dreams die before coming true. Not because you failed, but because you changed. The version of you that wanted that is no longer in charge. It's been replaced by a new identity, more conscious, more connected, more refined. And that's not failure, that's evolution.
Ever struggled to get a credit card when you have poor or no credit? Then you need Self. Simply download the app and apply.
Purpose, contrary to what people often teach, is not something fixed, unchanging, carved in stone. It is alive. It breathes with you. It moves as you transform. Imagine you're in an open field, throwing little balls ahead of you. You run toward one, commit to reaching it, dive in head first, but along the way, another ball appears. Maybe it's brighter, maybe it feels lighter, maybe it's more challenging, and it's natural to want to go after it. The previous ball wasn't in vain. It served its purpose, to pull you out of inertia, to push you to the next level. Each of those little balls is a sacred stage. They're what shaped who you are becoming. They're what taught you to trust the movement, to open up to the new, to expand your perception of what's possible. The mistake would be clinging to a ball that no longer vibrates with your soul, just out of fear of seeming inconsistent. But what appears to be inconsistency is often just the reflection of a soul that's expanding. And maybe, right now, a new ball is beginning to show up. It might be subtle, like a restlessness deep in your chest, a recurring thought, a desire to move to a new city, to change careers, to study something you've never considered before. And even if it doesn't make sense yet, even if your mind tries to dismiss the impulse, there's something there. A new cycle wanting to be born. That's the invitation of awakened consciousness, to realize that purpose is not a straight line leading to a place. Purpose is a constantly rising spiral, With each turn, you see the world from a new angle, and what once seemed fundamental now feels small. That's not devaluation, it's clarity. You no longer have to blame yourself for changing your mind. You no longer have to feel ashamed for letting go of an old dream. Every ball you chased was necessary. Every path, every detour, every apparent mistake was, in truth, the next right step. Because progress isn't out there, in a trophy to be won. It's inside, and it reveals itself with every step, with every yes you give to your process. And as long as you keep growing and moving forward, as long as you keep allowing yourself to move with curiosity and presence, the path will never stop revealing itself. Because purpose isn't about a right, it's about continuing, and as long as there's movement, there will be meaning. All the laws are one, the source code of the universe. And as new little balls appear and your path becomes clearer, you start to realize that none of this is random. There is a code behind reality, an invisible pattern that weaves everything together, silently, like a spiritual thread connecting all the experiences you've had up to now. This thread is made of the 7 hermetic laws, and the more you understand them, the more you see that deep down, they're all different expressions of a single wisdom. That's why, when you try to understand one law in isolation, you quickly find yourself touched with the others. Talking about rhythm inevitably means talking about the polarity. Understanding cause and effect is impossible without recognizing mentalism. It's like trying to separate the threads of a tapestry without unraveling the whole design. Each law is an aspect of the all. Each one reveals a facet of how the universal mind operates. Mentalism is the structure that holds everything together. It states that all is mind, that everything begins with thought, with creative consciousness. And it's the starting point of everything. Correspondence acts as the bridge between worlds, as above, so below, as within, so without. It allows us to read the signs of the outer world as reflections of our inner universe. Vibration tells us that nothing is at rest. Everything pulses, everything moves, everything vibrates at some level. This law reveals the dynamic flow of creation.
This dash can talk to you and respond when you give it voice command.
Polarity shows that everything has two sides, two extremes of the same thing. Hot and cold, love and fear, light and shadow. This law teaches us to transmute by consciously shifting from one pole to another. The law of rhythm shows that everything moves in cycles. The universe breathes. The tides rise and fall. Highs and lows. This law invites us to dance with acceptance and the wisdom of timing. Cause and effect reveals that nothing happens by chance. Every action generates a reaction. Every choice develops a seed. Reality responds to what you put out, consciously or unconsciously. And the law of gender shows that everything holds within it both the active and receptive principles, the creative impulse and the creative receptive. Life is born when these forces are in harmony. Together, these laws form the foundation of the source of the universe. They are the invisible engine that drives creation. Most people go through life being pulled by them, reacting to their effects, without knowing they could navigate them consciously. But those who learn to observe these principles in action, who study and live these patterns with awakened attention, become the alchemists of their own reality. How to use the Kybalion to change your reality once and for all. And when the seeker begins to see this great source code that structures reality, an even deeper truth emerges. The initiate does not fight against the laws, he dances with them. The Kybalion is clear when it says, "The wise man does not rebel against the law, but understands and uses it." The average man is carried along by it, like a log floating on a current. The initiate, however, swims with it, and by doing so surpasses it. Imagine two swimmers in a river with a strong current. The first, unaware of the tides, struggles against the force of the water, trying to move forward through sheer brute strength. In no time, he is exhausted and falls backwards. The second, however, knows the flows, the curves, the rhythm of the waters. He doesn't fight it. He observes, understands, and adjusts his body to glide with ease. He seems to fly over the water. That is the difference between someone living consciously and someone awakened to the laws. The first lives in conflict, trying to change the outer world without understanding the inner world. The second changes their frequency and watches the world shift around them. When you understand mentalism, you begin to watch your thoughts. When you understand correspondence, you begin to see how external patterns reflect what's inside. When you understand rhythm, you stop punishing yourself during the lows and start respecting your own life inside. True power is not in control, it is in alignment. This is the secret of the masters. They are not force-like, they align with it. They create not through effort, but through vibration. And now that the laws of practice see all of this, the question comes that changes everything. How do you use the prevailing practice to change your reality once and for all? You are not here just to admire concepts. You're here to activate this in your own life, and it's possible. You just need to start living all these laws. Let's look at each one of them calmly, in a direct way, with real examples so you can apply them to life. Everything starts in the mind. Your reality is a direct reflection of your dominant thought. If you think scarcity, you experience lack. If you vibrate fear, you attract experiences that feed it. What to do? Watch your inner dialogue. Start the day with positive affirmations. Visualize every day the reality you want to live as if it's already happening. Avoid negative conversations and content that brings you down. All of that pollutes the mental field. Practical example. Instead of thinking, I never have enough money, switch to I create opportunities for prosperity every day. Correspondence. What happens on the outside is a reflection of what's happening inside. Is your relationship confusing? Look at how your inner dialogue has been. Is your house messy? Maybe your mind is too.
Let's go.
What to do? Bring order to the micro. Taking care of your food, your nutrition, your body reflects in the macro. Practical example. Start by tidying up your space before making important decisions. It changes your vibration and clarity. Vibration. Everything vibrates. Everything is frequency, and you only attract what matches your vibration. Want love? Vibrate love. Want peace? Vibrate peace. What to do? Raise your frequency with silence, meditation, nature, music, art, laughter, gratitude. Practical example. Keep a gratitude journal and write down 3 things you're grateful for every day. It shifts your frequency in under 3 minutes. Polarity. Everything has 2 poles. Cold is the absence of heat. Hatred is misdirected love. You don't need to eliminate the negative. You need to shift the degree. What to do? Transmute. When you feel anger, channel it into movement. Action. Art. When you feel fear, observe how much of it can become awareness or caution. Practical example. Instead of running from sadness, use it as fuel to search for something more meaningful. Rhythm. Everything has highs and lows. No one vibrates high all the time. And that's okay. Accepting your cycles is aligning with nature. What to do? Learn to rest in the valleys and take action during the peaks. Avoid making major decisions during low moments. Practical example. On a low energy day, allow yourself to slow down without guilt. That is rhythmic wisdom. Cause and effect. Nothing is by chance. Every action creates a consequence. What you're living today is the result of seeds you planted before. What to do? Plant differently now. Change your habits, your thoughts, your posture. Practical example. If you're constantly stressed, check your sleep, your nutrition, your rest cycles. Small causes, big effects. Gender. Everything contains both masculine and feminine principles. The masculine is action, the feminine is intuition, gestation. Balancing these forces within yourself is essential to create a stable reality. What to do? Act when it's time to act. Withdraw when it's time to think. Value intuition as much as planning. Practical example. Before making an important decision, listen to your intuition first, then apply it with clarity and focus. You don't have to get everything right. You just need to align your doing with the law. When you change internally, the universe responds. It always has. But now, you're starting to hear it. And before you go, there's something really important waiting for you. In the first pinned comment, I've left the book The Kabbalion for anyone.
Do you have an older home that doesn't have central cooling or heating? Retrofitting a bigger traditional system into an older home can be pretty pricey, but here's a great solution to heat and cool your home efficiently. This is a king blessed with unparalleled wisdom and power. This is the man who bent demons to his will. This is pantheon mythology. And this is Solomon. If you too want to bend things to your will, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths, folklore, and legends. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Echoes through history, religion, and legend. A king whose wisdom shaped nations, but whose power may have extended far beyond mortal rule. Some say he was chosen by God, blessed with wisdom, wealth, and a kingdom unlike any other. Others claim he was more than just a ruler, that he held a ring of power capable of commanding demons and jinn. His temple, said to be built by both men and spirits, has vanished without a trace. His wealth, supposedly beyond imagination, has never been found. His story, passed down through scripture and myth, leaves behind more questions than answers. Did Solomon truly exist? Or has his legend outgrown reality? Did he rule through wisdom alone? Or did he wield something far greater? And what happened to the temple? The one said to be built by supernatural hands. Solomon was the third king of Israel, the son of David and Bathsheba. His reign, described in the books of Kings and Chronicles, is often portrayed as a golden age, a time of immense wealth, wisdom, and prosperity. He's said to have ruled for 40 years, expanding Israel's influence, securing diplomatic alliances, and overseeing the construction of the legendary Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. His name became synonymous with wisdom, but his story is one of contradictions, of power, ambition, and ultimate downfall. Solomon's wisdom is his most defining trait, granted to him in a dream where God offered him anything he desired. Instead of asking for riches or military power, Solomon requested wisdom. In return, he was granted with unmatched ability to govern with fairness and insight. His skill in resolving disputes became legendary, and the most famous example is the judgment of two mothers. Two women who claimed to be the mother of an infant. In a calculated test, Solomon ordered the baby to be cut in half, knowing that the true mother would rather give up her child than to see it harmed. His reputation spread beyond Israel, and he was believed to have held counsel with foreign rulers, philosophers, and sages. He's credited with writing Proverbs and the Song of Songs, though scholars debate whether he was the true author. In Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, Solomon's wisdom was not just intelligence, but a gift that set him apart from all the other rulers. According to 1 Kings 10, Solomon's kingdom flourished through trade, strategic marriages, and tributes from surrounding nations. His reign saw the establishment of new trade routes, bringing in gold, silver, and exotic spices. The Queen of Sheba famously visited his court, testing him with riddles and leaving with such
Put him in a corner. Don't put baby in a corner.
treasures. His throne was said to be crafted from ivory and pure gold, flanked by 12 lion statues, an unparalleled symbol of power. His military strength also grew, He amassed chariots, war horses, and an army equipped with the latest weaponry of the era. But despite his wealth and influence, there was an increasing divide between the elite and the common people, as his grand building projects, including the temple and his own palace, relied on heavy taxation and forced labor. For a ruler so famous, Solomon remains a mystery in the historical record. Unlike Egyptian pharaohs or Mesopotamian kings, there are no contemporary inscriptions, monuments, or direct archaeological evidence proving his existence. The only sources that describe him are religious texts, leading scholars to debate whether he was a real king whose legacy was exaggerated, or a symbolic figure represented as an idealized ruler. Some theories suggest that Solomon may have been a composite of multiple rulers, a literary creation blending history and myth to serve a theological purpose. Others argue that while evidence is scarce, the lack of inscriptions does not necessarily mean he did not exist. Many rulers of the ancient Near East left behind little physical proof of their reigns. The truth remains elusive. Despite his legendary wisdom, Solomon's later years were marked by controversy, excess, and decline. The Bible states that he took many foreign wives, 700 wives and 300 concubines according to 1 Kings 11, and allowed the worship of their gods. This angered Yahweh, who had commanded Israel to remain faithful to him alone. His focus on grandeur and wealth led to heavy taxation and forced labor, which bred resentment among his people. His once unshakable kingdom fractured upon his death, splitting the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. What had been built through diplomacy and strength unraveled almost immediately. Solomon's legacy is a paradox. He was the wisest of kings, yet he made the very mistakes wisdom should have warned him against. He built a kingdom unlike any other, yet it collapsed soon after his reign. His name is spoken with reverence, yet his life is a cautionary tale. But some say there is another side to his story, one that goes beyond politics, beyond wisdom, into the realm of the supernatural. Because according to legend, Solomon's power did not end with words or armies. Some say he commanded forces beyond human understanding. Solomon's greatest architectural achievement was the construction of the first temple, a structure that would stand at the center of Israelite worship. Described in 1 Kings and 2 Chronicles, the temple was built on Mount Moriah, which later tradition associates with the site where Abraham was said to have nearly sacrificed his son, Isaac. It was meant to be the dwelling place of Yahweh on earth, a place of worship, sacrifice, and divine presence. But today, no trace of it remains. According to 1 Kings 6, Solomon began constructing the temple in the 4th year of his reign, a project that took 7 years to complete. The temple was built using cedar from Lebanon, quarried stone, and gold-covered interiors, with intricate carvings of cherubim, palm trees, and flowers decorating its halls. It was divided into 3 main sections. The outer court, where worshippers gathered. The holy place, accessible only to priests. The Holy of Holies, the most sacred chamber, where the Ark of the Covenant was housed. Only the high priest could enter the Holy of Holies, and only once a year on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, when he would perform purification rituals on behalf of the people. The entire temple complex was meant to represent heaven on earth, a direct connection between Yahweh and his chosen people. The most sacred object within the temple was the Ark of the Covenant, a gold-covered chest that, according to biblical accounts, contained the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. 1 Kings 8 states that Solomon brought the Ark into the Holy of Holies during a grand ceremony, filling the temple with a presence so overwhelming that the priests could not stand to minister. But the fate of the Ark remains one of history's greatest mysteries. Some believe it remained in the temple until its destruction, while others claim it was hidden beneath the temple, smuggled out of Jerusalem, or taken to Ethiopia, where it is said to be housed in Axum's Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. For centuries, Solomon's temple stood as the spiritual heart of Israel. But according to biblical and historical accounts, in 586 BCE, the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II besieged Jerusalem and razed the temple to the ground. The treasures of the temple were looted, and the Ark of the Covenant was never seen again. Some traditions claim the Ark was destroyed with the temple, while others believe priests hid it in secret tunnels before the Babylonians arrived. After the destruction, the second temple was later built on the same site during the Persian period, only to be destroyed again by the Romans in 70 CE. The exact site of Solomon's temple remains a topic of debate. The most widely accepted location is the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, where the Dome of the Rock now stands. However, some believe that the temple's remains may still exist beneath the mount, buried under centuries of construction. Other theories suggest that remnants of the temple were moved to hidden locations, with some researchers speculating that underground chambers or tunnels beneath Jerusalem still hold artifacts from Solomon's time. These claims, however, remain unverified. With no confirmed remains of the first temple, its existence remains one of the great mysteries of the ancient world. Was Solomon's temple truly the grand structure described in the Bible? Or was its legend embellished over time? And if it did exist, could some trace of it still be waiting to be discovered? Solomon's reign was known for its wisdom, power, and prosperity, but one of the most intriguing figures connected to his story is the Queen of Sheba. Described in 1 Kings 10 and 2 Chronicles 9, she traveled to Jerusalem with a caravan laden with gold, spices, and precious stones to test Solomon's wisdom with riddles. Though her kingdom's exact location remains uncertain, many believe she ruled in modern-day Ethiopia or Yemen. The Queen of Sheba is one of the most mysterious rulers in ancient history. 1 Kings 10 states that she was a monarch of great wealth, who, upon hearing of Solomon's wisdom, journeyed to Jerusalem to see for herself if the stories were true. She presented the king with difficult questions, and he answered all of them to her satisfaction.
That's a high APY.
Now anybody can get a high APY with Robinhood Gold.
Wait, when did Robinhood start offering high-yield cash?
Robinhood Gold is off.
Impressed by his wisdom and grandeur, she gifted him vast riches, including 120 talents of gold, over 4 tons, rare spices, and precious stones. Beyond the biblical account, Sheba's story appears in Islamic tradition, where she is known as Bilqis. The Quran describes her as a ruler who converted to the worship of Allah after witnessing Solomon's power. Ethiopian legends provide yet another perspective, claiming that her visit resulted in something far more significant: a child who would establish a royal dynasty. One of the most famous legends surrounding the Queen of Sheba comes from Ethiopian tradition, particularly in the Kebra Nagast, an ancient text that details the origin of Ethiopia's Solomonic dynasty. According to this legend, Sheba and Solomon had a son named Menelik, who later traveled to Jerusalem as an adult. Upon leaving, he's said to have taken with him the Ark of the Covenant, bringing it to Ethiopia, where it remains hidden to this day. This claim forms the foundation of Ethiopian royal lineage, as emperors of Ethiopia, including Haile Selassie, traced their ancestry back to Solomon and Sheba. While no historical evidence confirms this connection, the belief remains strong in Ethiopian tradition, particularly within the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Solomon's kingdom was described as incredibly wealthy and prosperous, with treasures flowing into Jerusalem from trade, tribute, and alliances. 1 Kings 10:14 states that he received 666 talents of gold annually, which would have been an astronomical amount of wealth in the ancient world. But where did this gold come from? Some sources